The July 16th, 2026 hearing for the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission is now called to order. And if I could please have everyone silence any audible devices that you may have. And if you could please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and liberty and justice for all. Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank you for joining us this morning. And Ms. Tucker, could I please have a roll call?
Good morning, members. Member Sixma?
Here.
Member Bush?
Here.
Member Costa?
Here.
Member Craig?
Here.
Chair Mills?
Here.
And members Arison and Shelley are absent.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Tucker. 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we're going to have a quorum. Okay. We do not have any minutes for discussion this morning, so if anyone would like to speak for or against any of the cases being heard today, please fill out a form and give it to Ms. Tucker right here behind me, and we will be limiting you to a 3-minute time limit. Where are the forms, Ms. Tucker?
The forms are located on my left, your right side of the room. There's a white binder and several pens. If you'll please just fill it out and hold up the form, myself or one of the other planners will come and get it from you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Tucker. And after the, we will be limiting you to a 3-minute time limit. After the comments have been heard, I will give the applicant an opportunity to answer any concerns the speakers have and answer any questions the commissioners may have. And at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Soria for legal comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is for members of the public as well as applicants that decisions by this body on cases which rezone real property from one classification to another pursuant to the zoning ordinance are recommendations only to the county council and do not constitute a final hearing. New evidence may be introduced at the county council public hearing. Decisions on variances made by this body and variances and special exceptions made by this body constitute final action subject to an appeal to the county council. And what this means is that no new evidence may be presented at the time of the county council public hearing on the appeal. An aggrieved party that appeals such a decision is confined to the record made before this body. Hearings by this body on rezonings, special exceptions, and variances are quasi-judicial in nature, meaning that this body is acting more like a court and must take into account all oral, written, or demonstrative evidence presented. Their decisions on these cases must be based on competent substantial evidence in the record, and competent substantial evidence has been defined as that evidence a reasonable mind would accept to support a conclusion. Also, if you are speaking to the podium, you can hear the acoustics in this room aren't that great, so you'll need to get right up to the mic so that we can hear everything. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Soria. And while on legal comments, I would like to ask the commission to disclose for the record any ex parte communications that have occurred before or during the public hearing at which a vote is to be taken on any quasi-judicial matter. And I'll start with my immediate right with Ms. Craig.
I have none.
I did. I had conversation with applicants on case V 26073 and Zebra 26081.
Should I be,
No, you can do that at the time of the application.
okay, cool, thank you. I have none.
I have none.
And I have none. Okay, we do have a couple items here this morning to be continued. That's V 26060 and Z 26076. Staff, could I get an explanation on that, please?
Sure. Good morning. V26060 was continued at the request of the applicant to the
August 20th.
August 20th PLDRC. Thank you, Kelly. And case Z26076 did not make due public notice, so they are also being continued to August 20th.
August 20th meeting?
Yes.
Okay. I'll make a motion to continue these cases V26060 and Z26076 till the August 20th meeting.
Okay, I've got a motion on the floor to continue items V 26060 and Z 26076 to August 20th from Mr. Sixman, a second from Ms. Craig. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, we're going to take them one at a time because Mr. Costa can't vote on one of these, so we'll do the V26060. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Our next one would be Z26076.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay. We do have, let me see. We have 5 members here today. It's going to take 4 members for the variances to be approved. So if anyone would like to continue, let us know now so you don't have to sit through this. It takes 4 votes. Mr. Soria, can you explain that on the
Yes. So for variances and special exceptions, you are going to need a minimum of 4 votes to approve any item. So there are 5 of you, so majority is technically 3. So anything that is just a recommendations can, get approved or denied by majority vote. However, because you're taking final action on variances and special exceptions, we need a minimum 4 to vote in the affirmative to approve any variance or any special exception.
Okay, so if you'd like to do so, we'll give you this opportunity this time to request a continuance. Otherwise, we're going to move forward right into our unfinished old business, and I'll start. Mr. Costa, can you? You speak into the mic?
Can
Your
you make
mic's
sure the
not on.
green,
Sorry.
yep.
V26073 would like to continue. To when? To August. To August.
To the August meeting. All right, I'll make a motion, case V-26-073 to continue to the August 20th, I believe.
Yeah, 20th, yeah. I'll second.
Okay.
Okay, I got a motion on the floor with a request to continue V26073 from Mr. Costa and a second from Mr. Sixman. Any discussion on the motion? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Also, V26075 would like to continue to August as well.
Which one?
75. All right. I'll make a motion that
V26075.
V-26-075 be continued to the August 20th meeting as well.
Yes.
Okay, I've got another motion on the floor to continue V26075 to our August 20th meeting from Mr. Costa and a second from Mr. Sixma. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Anyone else?
No.
Okay. All right then. So we're going to go into the unfinished old business, which would be V26052. Can I get, Mr. Costa, can I get you to read that into the record?
Absolutely. Case V-26-052, application of Philip Waslina, owner, requesting variances to the minimum yard requirements on urban single-family residential R5 zone property.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Costa. Mrs. Costa, no relationship here.
Nope.
This is your case.
We'll just say Uncle Frank, right?
Could we get the staff report on that?
Good morning.
Good
We
morning.
we are here, Mr. Wasalina was here last month with a rezoning for his property, and this is the case for his variances to the setbacks of the existing home that was constructed in 1959. Variance 1 would reduce the required west front yard from 25 to 14 feet, and variance 2 would reduce the south side yard from 5 feet to 4 feet. Property was developed, is 5,249 square feet, and is located in the Highland Park subdivision. The existing resident predates the county's uniform zoning regulations. The variances are necessary to recognize the existing location of the home under the R5 setback requirements. We wrote the report for the proposed new zoning classification. Staff determined that the applicant did not create the non-conforming conditions as the residence has existed since 1959. The requested relief is limited to the residence, and there are no proposed additions or modifications to the surrounding area. Staff finds that all 5 variance criteria were met. We recommend that variances 1 and 2, as requested, successfully meet all 5 criteria. We just ask for several conditions. Is there any questions?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Costa. Any questions for staff? Okay, no ma'am.
Okay.
Is the applicant present? Could I get you to come forward, sir? And if I could get you to speak into the mic and give me your name and address for the record, please.
Philip Wasilina, 16 Sander Drive, Ormond Beach, Florida, 32176. Good morning, Chair Mills, council members, and staff. I come once before you again, and I'll try to be brief. This appears to be very simple, and that's just correcting the record from a 67-year-old home, moving its boundaries up from its 14 feet zone to a 25-foot zone, which meets code, and altering by 1 foot from 4 to 5. Pending your questions, sir, that's all I have.
Okay, any questions for the applicant? Okay, Ms. Tucker, do we have any public participation forms for this case?
No, sir.
Okay, we're going to close the floor for public participation and give you an answer.
Thank you, sir. Request your approval.
Thank you.
Chairman, I would
Yes.
like to make a motion to approve V6, V-26-052 for the variance for the R5 yard setback.
Second.
Oh, in the two conditions. Thank you.
Okay, I got a motion on the floor from Ms. Bush to approve variance V-26052, variances 1 and 2, with the 2 staff conditions, and a second from Mr. Sixma. All those any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, Mr. Costa, could I get the next case, please? The
Case V-26-069, application of Brent Walters, Walters Construction Corporation, agent for the owner, requesting variances for the minimum yard requirements on urban single-family residential R9 zone property.
Okay, Mr. DeScula, this one's yours.
Yep. Good morning. The applicant is seeking 4 variances. Variance number 1 is to reduce the western front yard from 25 feet to 17 feet for a proposed self-supporting entryway. Variance 2 is to reduce the southern front yard along Starfish Avenue from 15 to 8.8 feet for the existing home. Variance 3 is to reduce the waterfront yard from 25 feet to 20.75 feet for the existing home. And then variance 4 is to reduce the waterfront yard from 25 feet to 10.6 feet for the existing 2 decks. The subject property is located on the corner of South Atlantic Avenue and Starfish Avenue in New Smyrna Beach. The property is zoned urban single-family residential R9 with a future land use urban low intensity. This is a variance request for a roughly 5,000 square foot parcel with a 3-story, 1,360 square foot single-family residence, and 2 decks, each approximately 380 square feet. The parcel is a lawful non-conforming lot and does not meet the minimum zoning size and width requirements for the R9 zoning classification. The residence was built in 1993. At the time, PLDRC approved a variance to reduce the southern front yard along Starfish Avenue from 15 to 9 feet, and subsequently the survey shows that the setback is actually 8.8 feet today, which prompted variance number 2. A waterfront variance was also included within that, but was withdrawn, so no relief for the proposed deck was needed at the time. The deck, however, was repaired over the years, including in 2004 and again in 2017, and also was included with a walkover with the same dimensions as shown on the plan. And then in 2022, there was a fire that the building sustained damage from, and in 2025, the applicant applied for a building permit to repair the home and add the front entry and rebuild and to rebuild one deck, but they ended up adding an additional deck. The waterfront yard is now measured from the landward edge of the revetment, which places the house within the 20.75 feet, and the decks places the home at the end of the decks at 10.6 feet, prompting the variances. Regarding variance number 4, the initial building permit plans did not include the decks, which was reviewed by zoning, and subsequent submittals did not route for zoning updated review. As a result, the decks and additions were not reviewed by zoning staff, yet the permit was issued and the decks were built, giving rise to the determination of the variances that I laid out within the report. And then environmental permitting has reviewed the request and has no objection, as long as the applicant must comply with environmental regulations, land development code. And then staff recommends denial for variances 1, as it fails to meet criteria 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then staff recommends approval for variances 2, 3, and 4 as it meets all 5 of the criteria. Should PLDRC find that the applicant has provided competent substantial evidence for the approval, the conditions are provided for your consideration. Thank you. Sorry, long-winded again.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? Hearing none. Okay. Is the applicant present? Good morning. If I could get each one of you to state your name and address for the record, please.
Manuel Hernandez, 6995.
Could you get closer to the mic?
Manuel Hernandez, 6995, South Atlantic, New Smyrna Beach, 32169. This is contractor. This is our contractor.
Okay, he needs to state his name and address for the record if he's going to speak.
David Hardy.
Your address?
As 4615 Shady Oaks Lane, Edgewater, Florida.
Okay. And you, ma'am?
I'm a representative for Walters Construction at 421 North Causeway, New Smyrna Beach, Florida 32169.
Okay, you've heard the staff report. What would you? Is there anything you'd like to add to it, or make comments on?
Yeah, I believe the older variances were.
I need to get you to speak a little closer to the mic, sir.
Thank
Unfortunately.
you. The older variances are rolling over from the prior, but the new variance or the new extension on the front of the house is really the concern that the staff had concerns over. We've received variances on the neighbors that are way out from our location, which has changed basically the property value of our home. We would like to extend a little bit forward from our current situation, so we have some coverage on the front, not the 20 or 30 feet that the neighbors have, but I think we're asking for 14 or 15 feet, just a short amount to match where the property values around us have gone and where the other properties around us have gone. And that's all we're looking for, is just a short coverage area on the front that would make the property equal to the properties around us. Not so far, but just to have a little bit of the value that we've lost as the houses have changed around us and received variances over the years.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to add?
The setback that we're putting on the front of the house is only going, I think it's 8 or 9 feet. I don't think it's 17 feet. It's 14. It's 14.
15 wide or 14 wide and 7 or 8 feet.
Yeah, it's 8 feet into the setback that we're going into. What we have planned now is just a little tiny alcove. So once you open the door, you're back out into the weather. And they have a little eyebrow that they have planned over it now that encroaches about the same, but it doesn't go to the ground, which obviously is not as strong as actually fastening something to the ground. You have this high eyebrow up here swinging in the wind, and it gives them a little bit of coverage, but this will give them a lot more coverage. And the neighbors' houses are already much further into the encroachment. We brought some pictures. Not that that's a problem for them, and it's not a problem in their driveway, but the point is it won't make a problem for anybody else's driveway or a hardship for anybody else in the neighborhood. It won't impede, and it'll add a little character like the other homes in the neighborhood have little porches, and his is just flat with this little tiny area. Once you open that door, you're straight out back into the weather. This will at least give them a little coverage from the weather, be able to unload their car. The garages are tight inside, so there's not really, they really need to unload in the driveway.
All right, sir. Any questions for the applicant? Mr. Costa?
I'm assuming there's no area, no pictures or representations of what this is going to look like?
Yeah, I do, actually.
That would be helpful, so we can see what we're talking about.
And
Just
once
to-
you submit them, they will be part of the record, and we will keep those. You won't be getting them back.
Okay.
Any,
Just one short point, though. The overhang, the eyebrow, the 8-foot overhang is going to be the same profile. We're just trying to put columns to support it, and that's what the variance is for, just to support it. Rather than hanging off the wall, it's going to have the same external profile. It's just going to be supported by columns as opposed to just elbow bracketing into the wall, just to
Good.
give it more strength.
cantilever,
And I have
right.
a photo of
That's
what
not what's presented.
we'd like it to look like here someplace.
Yeah, because what is presented, it's projecting out, so.
And for public notation, since we don't have an overhead projector, the attachments will be passed amongst the commission members. And if one of the members can just hold on to them until the end of the meeting, I'll collect them. Thank you.
Okay.
The difference over the proposal versus the current plan is that we're going to have 2 columns supporting the eyebrow as opposed to free hanging. And that's the representation as you see the columns supporting it rather than just free hanging the eyebrow.
Right,
Yeah, their current plan, they got them bolting into the,
right. They got them cantilevered out now. You're just, yeah,
and you
got it.
know,
Yeah.
that's not nearly as strong as bringing something to the ground.
Sir, can you please speak into the microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
One of the reasons they have you speak, because it becomes public record. If this were to get appealed or something, this all goes into the record, and then if it goes towards county
Totally understand.
council.
This is accurate representation?
Yes, that's the plan. It's a metal roof on columns with,
It's just got posts over it.
it's a metal roof on column with exposed structures, brackets.
Okay, any other questions for the staff? I mean, for the applicant? All right. Do we have any public participation forms for this case, Ms. Tucker?
No, sir.
Okay, we're going to close the floor for public participation and open up for commission discussion. Hopefully give you an answer soon, okay?
Thank you.
All right.
Chairman,
Go ahead, Miss. Turn your mic on.
It is.
Okay.
Sorry, I need to speak more clearer into it. I would like to request that we approve these variances individually, since there are some questions to, I have, a little bit hesitation to variance request 1, but I think the rest, I'm comfortable with making a vote now.
We can do that. So does anybody else want to combine any of the variances other than variance 1?
Sure, I'll do all
We can
three.
do 2, 3, and 4.
Yep. All right.
Okay, let's take 2, 3, and 4 first.
All right, go ahead and make a motion on case V-26069 that we approve variances 2, 3, and 4. And a second motion on V-26069 to approve variance 1. So we'll vote on 2 individually.
Okay, and the staff conditions?
Yeah. With the staff conditions, correct.
We're voting on variances 2, 3, and 4.
First.
First?
Yep.
With the 2 staff conditions?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Three total, sorry.
3 staff conditions. Okay.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, I've got a motion on the floor from Mr. Costa to approve variances 2, 3, and 4 with the 3 staff conditions, and a second for Mr. Sixma. Any discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. I have a second motion on the floor to approve variance 1 with the 3 conditions from staff. For Mr. Costa, do I have a second on that too, Mr. Sixman?
Yeah, yes.
And a second for Mr. Sixman. Any discussion on the motion? Go ahead, Ms. Bush.
Thank you. I did not travel, I did not drive this street or this community, so I can only speak to what I've been able to see on Google Earth, in all honesty. I appreciate that the applicants have brought the details to us that I think I was really lacking when looking at this case originally to make a decision and vote favorably for it. However, I am looking at some of these other houses that have been built, and I'm not seeing quite the extension into the setback. I am concerned about site visibility, especially if the property next door were to be developed in the future, so I still have hesitations over that first variance request and will likely be voting no for it. Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion on the motion? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries 4 to 1. Okay. Mr. Costa, could I get the next case, please?
Certainly. We are due, all right. Case B-26-078, application of James Price, owner, requesting variances to the accessory structure requirements on prime agricultural A1 zone property.
Thank you, Mr. Costa. And Ms. Ray, this one's yours.
Good morning. The applicant is requesting 3 variances to the minimum yard requirements for a proposed 1,500 square foot metal building. The property is currently developed with a single-family residence, in-ground swimming pool, carport, and brick building. The property fronts 3 rights-of-way: New Jersey Avenue to the west, Cumberland Avenue to the north, and Michelle Drive to the east. This causes the property to have 3 front yards and 1 side yard. According to the applicant's submitted survey, there is also a 20-foot bridle path easement along the western boundary, 30-foot ingress-egress easement along the northern boundary, and a 15-foot road easement along the eastern boundary. So I'm going to provide a little history on the parcel. Prior to the adoption of the Unified Zoning Ordinance, the parcel was zoned A1, which required 20,000 square foot in lot area. After the adoption of the Unified Zoning in 1980, it was rezoned to A3, which required a minimum lot area of 1 acre. The parcel was created in December of 1980 through Michelle Gardens unrecorded subdivision, which created 16 2.5-acre parcels, and of course met the zoning at the time of creation. In 1992, after the comprehensive plan was adopted in 1990, the area was administratively rezoned back to A1, which now requires a minimum lot area of 10 acres. The A1 zoning has a minimum front yard requirement of 100 feet and a minimum side of 50 feet. Variance 1 is to allow the accessory structure to be located within the front yard. Variance 2 is to reduce the east front yard from 100 feet to 40 feet. And variance 3 is to reduce the south side yard from 50 feet to 25 feet. Staff recommends approval of all 3 variances as they meet at least 3 of the 5 criteria for granting said variances, subject to 2 staff recommended conditions. I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Ray. Any questions for staff? Ms. Ray, go ahead, Ms. Bush.
Thank you. Is this another area that you might be looking at administratively rezoning in the future?
It's definitely something we can look into. Okay. Absolutely.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Ms. Ray, this agriculture zoning of A1, if this was bona fide agriculture, we wouldn't need these variances. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. Any other questions for staff? Is the applicant present? Could I get you to come forward, sir? Can I get your name and address for the record?
It's James Price, 5375 New Jersey Avenue, De Leon Springs.
Okay, you've heard the staff report. Is there anything you'd like to add to that?
No, sir.
All right. Do we have any questions for the applicant? Okay. We do have a public participation form, and what I'll do is after I've heard that, I will give you an opportunity to respond to it, okay?
Okay.
So if you'd just like to have a seat, could I get Patricia Truskins? And if I could get your name and address for the record, ma'am.
Patricia Charles, this one or this one?
No, speak
This
right
one,
there into that.
Patricia Charleston, 5251 Michelle Drive, DeLeon
Okay,
Springs.
you got a comment you would like to make on this case?
Yes, I'm not concerned about his building except for how big it is on a 2.5 acre piece of property. This is the first time we're finding out as neighbors that it's A1 agricultural, and A1 is 10 acres minimum. So I was just concerned about what else is he putting on there, what else is he farming? He's on a corner lot. I'm not sure if the other neighbors are concerned about the size of the building. And I'm gonna throw you under the bus, sorry. His carport is not a carport, it's a conceda. So I would just like to see things fair across the board. When we wanted to remodel, we had to rezone. If we wanted to do the remodel we wanted to do, we would have to rezone as multifamily. We weren't given A1. And our remodel was part of our house. It was a garage. So we weren't able to, we didn't do the remodel we wanted to because we didn't want to rezone as multifamily. And
Okay.
he gets A1 on 2.5 acres. And I have 11.
If it helps any, we consider these cases on a case-by-case basis.
Mhm.
So unfortunately, I don't know what your case was or is, and so we have to do it on the merits of this case alone.
Okay, I understand. I was just concerned about the acreage and what was allowed. And if it was, she says 1990, it was A1. I have papers that said A3. So I don't know when it was rezoned or if it had to be rezoned and noticed like this variance is noticed. And that was my concern, is the size. And if he's going to use more than 35% of the land use for his property, and then what goes on from there, that's all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. Do we have any questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you, ma'am. Do we have any other public participation forms for this case, Ms. Tucker?
No, sir.
Okay, we're going to close. Could I get the applicant to come back forward? You've heard the concern from your neighbor. Is there anything you'd like to add to that? Or
I don't
consider?
believe so, sir. I mean, it's a 1,500 square foot metal building for my boats, to protect my boats. And I'm asking for this location because I do live underneath a beautiful oak hammock. And in this area right here, I would not have to clear any beautiful live oak trees. It's already open in that area. And that's all I'm asking for is the A3 setbacks.
Got it. All right, sir.
All right. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to close the floor for public participation and open up for commission discussion or a motion.
Chairman,
Go ahead, Ms. Bush.
I will move that I make a motion to approve V-26-078 for an accessory structure in the A1 zoning district with, I don't have the conditions in front of me, I apologize.
Do we have any conditions on
Three.
that?
Three
condition-
staff conditions? Two, thank you.
2?
Three,
Got it.
yes.
And who seconded it? Yeah, I'll second it. Okay. I've got a motion on the floor to approve variance V-26078 with the 2 staff conditions from Ms. Bush and a second for Mr. Sixma. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Mr. Costa, could I get the next case, please?
Yes, sir. Case V-26-079, application of, I'm going to destroy this name, sorry, Macy Samjic, Tri-State Builders and Remodeling LLC, owner, requesting variances to the minimum wall height requirements on tourist B8 zone property.
Thank you, Mr. Costa. And Ms. Tucker, this one's yours. Where are you at?
Good morning, members. For the record, Kelly Tucker, Planner 1. I do want to notate that there is going to be a correction on page 7 of the staff report in regards to the variance site plan. It incorrectly states that variances 1 and 2 are for a linear distance of 97 feet. Variance 1 is to actually be 25 linear feet within the north front yard, and variance 2 is for 72 linear feet within the west front yard. So we'll go ahead and jump in. The applicant is requesting 3 variances to develop a 7-foot wall along the west and southern property lines. The subject property is whole lot 10 of the Ormond Beach by the Sea number 4 replat from 1952. The subdivision was deemed vested and eligible for building permits in January of 2022. The current property owners purchased the property back in December of 2010, and the subject property is zoned B8, which does allow for single-family residences as a permitted use. The applicants are requesting these variances because of a sidewalk expansion project from the Florida Department of Transportation. The letter that the applicants received from FDOT notifying them of the project is on page 13 of your staff report. Additionally, vegetation was removed from the southern property line that bordered a pedestrian beach access. Photos of the before and after the vegetation removal can be found on pages 16 and 17 of your staff report. The proposed wall will reduce the noise pollution from the increased vehicle and pedestrian traffic, as well as create screening from the pedestrian beach access path, as stated from the applicants in their written petition. Per section 72-282 1A, no fence or wall located within the front yard shall exceed 4 feet in height and 6 feet in height in the side or rear yards. The subject property has a front yard along the north and west property lines and side yards along the east and the south. Variance 1 is to allow the 7-foot wall within the north front yard for a distance of 25 linear feet. Variance 2 is to allow a 7-foot wall within the west front yard for a distance of 72 linear feet. And variance 3 is to allow a 7-foot wall within the south side yard for a distance of 3 feet. Staff does recommend that the PLDRC deny variances 1 through 3 as they failed to meet 5 of the 5 criteria for granting said variances. However, if the PLDRC does find that the applicant has provided competent and substantial evidence to approve said variances, staff has provided 2 conditions for your consideration. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Tucker. Any questions for staff? Hearing none, is the applicant present?
Chairman.
Could I get you to come forward, please?
I have a, yeah, but that's okay.
Go ahead, Ms. Bush.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman. I apologize I didn't get your attention. If the wall was constructed, would there be sight line requirement? I'm assuming they would have to meet sight distance requirements and sight triangle. Has that been evaluated yet?
Not yet.
Okay.
So with the distance of where, because there's currently a 4-foot wall, it's about 2 feet of solid concrete, and then it has like the poling in between. It's pulled back from that sight line corner because there's a water or a utility box that's in the corner entering way. So it's not going to go up to the full extent. It's going to be about 2 or 3 feet back from that front property line.
Okay. Thank you for that further explanation.
Okay, any other questions for staff? All right. Your name and address, sir,
Yes, sir.
ma'am.
Good morning. David Glenny, 1111 Ocean Shore Boulevard, number 10, Ormond Beach, 32176.
Okay, and you, ma'am?
This is my wife.
Elizabeth Glenny, 1111 Ocean Shore Boulevard, number 10.
Okay. You've heard the staff report, and obviously you'd like to make a comment on the staff report?
If I may.
Sure.
Well, first, thank you. We
Yeah.
appreciate your time and consideration of our request, and thank you to the county staff. We've never been through this process before, and they are extremely professional. I'm sure you know, very courteous and citizen-oriented, so this process is a little overwhelming if you've never done it before, so we really appreciate that. Okay, so this property, if you're not familiar with that part of Ormond by the Sea, is just north of where they've put the Margaritaville Beach Club, and we are across the street from Hanky Panky's Lounge. When we give directions, we say we're across from Hanky Panky's Lounge. It's like a mixed area. We have I've got here, I kind of blew this up just to give you a little different perspective because you do have on page 17 a few photos. But you can see this really came about. Traffic has increased over the years. We had a break at COVID, and before that it was event or seasonal oriented. We had bike weeks, Biketoberfest, now we have Jeep Week, and it just seems to keep coming. And then when the FDOT did this road improvement and expansion project, it's actually, you can see where that excavator is. They've pushed, that travel lane is actually now right up where the grass is. There's a curb there, and it's right up where the grass is. This is the corner of our house. I mean, and in addition, they have added this crosswalk light for the Brooks Beach approach. And so all that traffic, which is fine, of course, but all that traffic is funneled right to the side of our house. And when traffic backs up to allow the, pedestrian access, I literally could have a conversation with people and occupants of the vehicles there. That's how close this is. So it's a sound issue. It's a security issue. We have 9 grandchildren, 12 and under. And when they're in the back, you can see on the photos too, on page 17, the county has removed the vegetation, which provided some privacy to the south portion along the beach access there. That pine tree, I'm not an arborist, but it appears to be dead or dying. It's on its way out, I think, so we're probably going to lose that as well. So you can see we're really in a fishbowl, and the sound, we're good neighbors. We try to be good neighbors, and Hanky Panky's is a great place, but it brings a lot of traffic. And across the street also is a shopping center. We've got, a hot dog hut, a psychic, and a barbershop. So all of that adds to, vehicle and pedestrian traffic. And so it's gotten to the point where we needed to come before you and make our request. Our builder recommended the 7-foot absolute maximum. The actual wall is 6'8". You have the drawing of it. There's a 4-inch decorative cap because we want it to look nice. We have columns in it to make it aesthetically pleasing. It's going to be a stucco finish, and we'll do whatever you or the building department require, but it's really a sight, sound, and security issue for us, because right now we're not able to fully enjoy. We appreciate it, what we have, of course, but we're just not able to fully enjoy it when the traffic is just so bad and it's so close to the actual house and whatever backyard we have there. So that's the reason for the request. I don't know if Kelly mentioned it, but environmental permitting has no objection to it. It doesn't have any impact on the environment. So I think my wife wanted to say a few things, but that's the gist of it. It's gotten to the point after owning this home and being there for 16 years that we felt like we needed some relief, and your commission is the place we've come to ask for it.
Now, the photo will become part of the record, and we'll
Yes,
have
sir.
to keep that, okay?
Yes, sir.
I just want you to be aware of that.
Okay.
Mr. Costa, you had a comment or a question?
I do. Is this your primary residence?
It is not, but it's not a rental. We've
That was my
don't
next
rent it.
question. So
It's
you don't
not a
Airbnb
short-term,
this
not a
out?
long- It's a family home.
Okay.
It's our happy place, and it's used by us and our children, and someday, hopefully, their children,
All
our
right, thank you.
grandchildren. Yes, sir.
Ms. Bush, you had a question or a comment?
Sure. I didn't even ask you yet. That was impressive. Thank you.
I got you figured out.
Yeah. Thank you for the pictures. I appreciate your additional explanation of the request, right? I totally understand. I'm in transportation planning as a profession.
Good.
So I work a lot with DOT. I'm very familiar with this project from a pedestrian and bicycle safety standpoint. And I just want to note, though, they didn't move the curb for this project. So this road and its configuration didn't change. So your request for me, the request for relief, shouldn't be based on the fact that this roadway project occurred, because they're reducing speed limits on here. So you're not going to have some of the issues that I think that you had stated when this project is complete. So I just wanted to make you aware of that they did not move curb, that a lot of the changes they're making are actually to reduce some of the issues that I think that you spoke about.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for clarifying. I mean, I'm sure the DOT, they're the professionals, and they know this is going to make things safer. And I think the crosswalk being there, because I can't tell you how many accidents have happened right there. We've had, I think, at least one fatality right there, people trying to run across Ocean Shore at the Brooks Beach approach. But they've put that crosswalk marker, that signal right there. So just in the short time that project, and I don't think it's even fully complete yet, but just in the short time that it's been going on, literally traffic will back up to the beach club. And so the volume has increased. The safety's improved, but the volume's increased. And so that's one thing that we've noticed. And the crosswalk has done its job. It's funneled all that pedestrian traffic right there. But as they come across Ocean Shore, there's our house. And it's like, almost like from me to you. That's how close it is.
Understood.
So, okay.
That crosswalk was still there, though, prior to the project.
It was.
Yes.
But it was not very.
It was not lit.
It was
right?
not lit?
It was not lit. It was
Nope.
just a stand. So I
Yep.
understand some of those concerns
Right.
there. However, it is in the same location.
It is.
Before and after the
Unfortunately, well, that's why I say this is a good thing, because before people just kind of disregarded it. They just thought, well, there's kind of a crosswalk somewhere here.
Right.
So that's why people were getting hit. Now there's actually, it's doing its job. It just has it's like a funnel. It just brings everybody right there to that one point. That's the concern.
And I won't disagree with you that maybe the location is not the best location to serve pedestrian movement, especially to and from the beach.
Right.
You know, you've got the jog, so now they come out of the beach, they've got to go north past your property.
Right.
They're not going to do that. They're just going to continue to go straight. So those are some comments I have for DOT. They already know about that.
I appreciate it. It's good to hear from somebody who's in the
Right.
business.
But I'm just saying that the conditions that you presented for the variance hasn't really changed because of this project, and that's a lot of your arguments have been based on the fact that this roadway project has come in and these changes you've articulated are coming in, but I don't necessarily see them being the warrant for the variance request that you are requesting today. That's just,
Yes, understood.
thank you.
According to your picture, that column that's sitting closer to the sidewalk, can you tell me how tall that column is?
I
Do you
believe
have
the
an-
columns are 4 foot now, not
No,
including
that one, that solid one there, the big one, by the blue house. No, up.
Oh, that
Yeah,
is
that one.
That's you're talking about this?
Yes.
Oh, that's the mailbox. That's the community mailbox.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. There actually is a PVC fence next to the blue house that's 6 foot, which would be a standard size fence. So we're only asking for really another 8 inches plus 4 for the decorative cap to make it look nice. But yes, sir, that's the mailbox there.
Okay.
And you can see too, we seem to be a receptacle for trash. You know, people walk by and they just just throw it there or it'll blow in, and I'm out there picking up garbage. So I mean, love the air. I mean, that's just the reality. But this is, we think, and our builder has recommended, this is a good solution if it's acceptable to you, and we will do whatever you want us to do to help us enjoy our property.
Okay.
Did you want to say something? Yes.
You said you had a rendition of the wall itself? Because it's not in our packet. I didn't see it.
There is a rendering on page 12.
I'm sorry, what was the question? It's a little hard to hear back here.
I don't. Oh, that.
It's a solid wall it'll be a stucco finish, and that's really for, sound
I
and
thought it
for
was a
storm.
picture.
I mean, that's, a fence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah. I think may my wife make a comment or two?
Pardon me?
May she make a comment or two?
Sure.
Thank you.
As a grandma, I'm talking mostly security for my part. We have 9 grandchildren that come very, very frequently. One has a residence in Daytona on Halifax, and they are on the Intracoastal, but they come over to our house for beach. And then my other set of grandchildren live in Gainesville, and they come over pretty regularly. And the way this is situated is that they cannot be in our backyard or side yard because without an adult, because some pedestrians are very nice when they're walking by and they're just being friendly. They're just saying, hi, how are you? Others, Hanky Panky opens at 7 for alcohol in the morning, and so some by 10 in the morning are already happy, and they will chat up the children. And so unless we're out there, it's just not safe for them to be out there alone in our backyard exposed where that is. And then our oldest grandchild is 12 and getting ready to be 13, and she was just rinsing off, and she's getting cat calls from the people driving by and people just looking over, and she's just in her bathing suit, whole piece, just rinsing off, and she's getting all kinds of not nice comments, and she's 12. And so I'm like, one of us has to be out there at all times, so they're not getting honked at. Well, they are still being honked at when we're out there, but at least for the comments, it kind of keeps them to a dull roar if we're there. Sometimes they still comment when we're there, and I'm just, for the protection of my grandchildren, I just would like there to be a barrier so they can have some privacy and be, because I can't let like the 4-year-olds out just to play ball in the back, because there's people out there, and they come over and they can't play outside. So I was, minus security reasons.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Costin.
Actually, my question is more directed at staff and then back to you. Is there any historical or precedence of 7-foot walls along A1A or beach area that we're talking about here? Would this be the first one?
So I did do a site visit about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. I drove the area up and down Ocean Shore. There are some condo buildings that have large walls. I did not stop and measure them because it was raining that day. But there are other areas that do have seeming to be 6-foot walls, not up on the street front. They seem to be out of the front yard setback, but it is common within that area.
You said 6 foot, correct?
It seemed to be 6 foot, yes, sir.
All right, thank you. So then back to you guys, would you consider something shorter and potentially using landscape to finish off that extra foot or two?
Landscaping on the top of the wall?
Or behind the wall? I mean, the podocarpuses grow up to 8 foot pretty quickly, so.
Commissioner, we've thought about that too.
Okay.
It doesn't give you the sound protection, of course, and then it has to be maintained, and if it gets subject to what the county had to remove the vegetation from the south side of the beach access, it's just a built-in problem. But yes, we did consider it. It certainly it's not the optimal solution for us, but I understand what you're asking. Would 6 foot work? I mean, this is going from the builder.
It's better than 4.
It's better than 4. That's all I can say is, yeah, thank you. I mean, we're here asking. But yeah, we're just going with the recommendation of the builder and block mason as far as the 7 foot. Now, 4 inches of that is a decorative cap to make it look nice. There won't be these, what are they, artichokes or whatever vegetable that
upside down pineapples.
That is their apples.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's just going to be a flat masonry cap on it. All right.
All right, that's all the questions I had. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for the applicant? Ms. Craig.
It's more of a comment than a question, but I think I would be willing to go with 6-foot solid wall with the 4-inch cap. I could even go with the pineapples. I think they're great.
Okay.
And I'm a neighbor, by the way. I live in Ormond by the beautiful sea. So I appreciate your issues about traffic and foot traffic as well. But some of that is going to go away when that abominable construction is completed on the street. So that's my comment, is 6 foot works for me for the solid wall.
Ms. Craig, you said 6 foot with a 4-inch cap? Is that what you said?
That's what they're asking for, right, is a 4-inch cap? 6'8" with 4-inch cap?
So you're looking at a 6 foot with a 4-inch cap?
I'm okay with that.
Got it.
Chair Mills, if I may just provide maybe a little bit of clarification for the members. With the cap and the additional 8 inches on the wall is what puts us over that threshold. So we wouldn't be looking at it for a 6 feet 8 inches part. We are looking at it from top of cap for the wall, which is why we're here asking for the 7 feet today.
6'8" wall with a 4-inch cap. 6'8" with a 4-inch cap. But you got to do the variance for the entire amount. So in other words, if you were you're agreeing on 6 foot, you'd make it 6'4" instead of 7 foot. Well, you need to discuss that with the applicant. So instead of doing this 7, anything's better than a 4 foot, pretty much.
Yeah, so that's what I'm looking at the leaning here. Could you live with a 6 foot overall height, 6 foot total?
Not 6 foot with a 4 inch. I'd like, if I could, ask for the 6 foot with a 4 inch cap.
So
just
6 foot 4 inches total is what you're looking for, overall height. Okay. As opposed to the 7 that you're requesting.
Yes, sir. If that's what the commission wants, that's what we'll do,
Okay.
of course.
Okay, Ms. Bush, did you have a comment?
Not for the applicant, but for discussion
Okay,
purposes.
Ms. Tucker, do we have any public participation form for this case?
No, sir.
Okay, we're going to close the floor for public participation and give you a decision in a few moments.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. I'm good with modifying the variance from 7 foot to 6 foot 4. That's where I'm at on it, 6 foot. I don't, 7 foot's getting up there. And Ms. Bush, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. I still have some reservation over even the 6'4", I'll be honest. I mean, that's the typical average adult height. I'm just thinking of site visibility issues. I'm also thinking of the character of the community. You know, I understand the constraints that you've issued. I understand, right?
I'm sorry, Ms. Bush, do you mind being a little bit more up on the
Yes,
mic? We're just
I'm
not picking it up.
sorry.
That's okay, thank you.
I know. Okay, I will hold it so that I don't move away from it. So I understand, right, all your issues and your constraints. I don't necessarily think a 6 foot 4 inch wall is keeping with the neighborhood character and community. I realize that some of those condo buildings have those walls, but they do seem like they're set back from the Google imagery that I've been able to see. I did see a house further north, about half a mile, that seems to have a concrete mason wall with an entry into it. And it's the back of a 2-story home, it looks like. I'd be curious to know what the height of that wall is. It is pushed back quite a bit off the road, so it allows for people coming in and out of that community or wherever that home is to have visibility. With the pedestrian access there, with that beacon there, with the entrance into your community back and forth, I just do think the 6 foot 4 inches is going to be a site issue, and I do think it's going to do more harm to those trying to cross the road than good.
Okay. Any other comments? Well, when you look at the surrounding community, I don't know with what is actually there and what they have to deal with. I can understand them not wanting a 4 foot wall. Sound, aesthetically, and everything else. So, I mean, they've made a pretty good case for themselves, I think, and they're willing to modify the variance to a 6 foot with a 4 inch cap. And that's where I'm at. So if anyone would like to make a motion?
I'll entertain your motion, sir. I'll make a motion on case V-26-079. On all 3 variances, changing the height from 7 foot to 6 foot 4 inch maximum. And with the staff recommended conditions, which two conditions.
Yeah. I'll second that to move it.
Okay, I've got a motion on the floor to modify variances 1, 2, and 3 for variance 26079 from 7 foot to 6 foot 4 in consideration with the applicant from Mr. Costa, and a second from Mr. Sixman with his 2 staff conditions. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1. Mr. Costa, can I get the next case, please?
Case V-26-082, application of Barry Nunnally, Newcomb Enterprises LLC owner, requesting variances to the accessory structure requirements on rural residential RR zone property.
Thank you, Mr. Costa. And Mr. Zukusa? Zuzek. I get you, Mr. Zukusa.
Zuzek.
Good, sorry about
Good
that.
morning, I'm Rob Zuzek, planner 2.
Zuzak.
Zuzek.
I'll get it.
Just like it's spelled. This is for two setback variances for a proposed 1,800 square foot accessory storage building on a property located on 1701 Carr Street, DeLand. The first variance is for a west side yard setback. 15 feet is required, 6 foot is proposed. The second variance is for a rear yard setback, which is a requirement of 40 feet, and it's 21 feet proposed. The property is approximately 3/4 acres. It's zoned rural residential with a rural future land use. The parcel is legally developable and was vested for permitting on June 19th, 2026. Existing lot coverage is 6.8%. Proposed lot coverage is 12.4%, and that's well under the maximum permitted coverage of 30%. The parcel is smaller than many nearby rural residential parcels. The owner seeks to preserve the usable rear yard area and cites the location of the well as a placement constraint. The use itself, a residential accessory storage building, is compatible with the surrounding development. The lot size and configuration are not unique with the subdivision pattern. The accessory building can be placed within the required setbacks. A compliant zoning plan was previously approved. The variance became necessary only after the structure was moved on the revised plan. The request is not the minimum relief necessary because relocation or redesign would reduce or eliminate the encroachments. Staff denial does come with a caveat. If you look at Exhibit A, the DuPont grants were subjected to multiple subdivisions. During the early 80s housing boom, those lots were actually zoned R4. They became rural residential with the adoption of administrative zoning between 1990 and 1992 when the comprehensive plan was adopted. So denial does come with that caveat. If approval is granted, there are two recommendations. There's two. The variances are limited to the proposed building, and any expansion beyond the depicted structure requires a separate variance.
Thank you, Mr. Zuzak. Any questions for the staff? All right. Thank you, sir. Is the applicant present? Good morning, sir. Could I get your name and address for the record, please?
Good morning. My name's Troy Thurman, 1701 Carr Street, DeLand, Florida.
Okay, and yours?
Good morning. My name is Amanda Newcomb, owner of Newcomb Enterprise, 6749 Lake Winona Road, DeLeon Springs.
Okay. You've heard the staff report. Anything you'd like to add to that?
Yes, sir. I got a little speech made up. I'm not really good at speaking, so that's how I wrote it out.
Go right ahead.
Good morning. Thank you for your time. My name is Troy Thurman. I am the homeowner today, and we are today asking approval for the setback variance. The building itself has been permitted. We're only asking for the variance to be placed in a location that makes more sense or most sense of the property use. We have to meet the standard setbacks. If we had to meet the standard setbacks, we'd have to not relocate but modify our well. Remove a healthy 10-year-old live oak tree. That is the only shade that we have in our backyard. I do have small children. I do have a play set that I built 2 years ago for my daughter's birthday, so it does mean a lot to me. We do believe the location we're requesting is the least disruptive option and allows us to preserve those existing features. Right now, the only storage I have is an old makeshift storage room that's made out of wood that was already on the property when we bought the home. It's deteriorating due to the storms that we've had. I don't know if you know Glenwood area, we have a lot of trees. One of them did come down last year and it broke 3 of the beams inside and now is leaking really bad. That is the main reason I am trying to build a building. I also have a 22-foot boat that is sitting in the Florida weather. Anybody that lives in Florida knows what the sun does to it. The building is set farther back so I can drive around the existing well and be able to make that turn and back it in. I also have several vehicles and equipment such as mowers, and I work on woodwork, so I have a lot of just little tools that I would like to keep out of the the existing weather. Tarps and covers for the boat and the lawnmower, they only last so long in Florida weather. I have to constantly keep buying them. It becomes costly. We also took the time to speak with our surrounding neighbors. 4 of the neighbors, property owners, have supported our request and provided letters, which were submitted in our application. We understand those letters should have been included in the material presented to the board, and we wanted to make sure that we are aware of that. This variance will not change how the building is used. We do not believe it will have any negative effect in our neighborhood or the surrounding areas. We simply are trying to improve our storage situation while doing everything in the right way and following the proper procedures. We appreciate the board taking the time to consider our request, and we respectfully ask for your approval. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for the applicant? Ms. Craig?
I'm curious as to why the building was changed after the permit, the size of the building after the permit.
Yes, ma'am. So whenever it was built, the setbacks weren't, I guess, looked at. Oh, sorry. Can you hear me, ma'am? My contractor may be able to speak a little bit better about why it was that way, but it was set in an area where they thought the setbacks were. After further notice, it never got caught. So that's why we're here at the variance right now, and we're just trying to make sure that we're doing the right things.
So the drawings were done and approved, but they didn't meet the setback?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, do we have any public participation forms for this case?
No, sir.
Okay, we're going to close the floor and hopefully give you a decision real soon.
If you may I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
One thing I wanted to clarify, the side variance is we're requesting 8 foot, not 6. And the backyard, we're requesting 20 foot, not 10. I seen in the notes that the numbers were wrong.
Okay.
I didn't receive a form, sir. Who did you hand it to?
Side yard from the what?
Apparently somebody did fill it.
He was wanting to speak, and he said he brought a... You filled the form out, correct? Okay.
I did not receive one. Or whoever took it from him did not hand it to me.
Okay, I want to get that, can someone get that situated, get him a public participation form? Okay. You're doing variance 1 from the side yard. You're doing 8 feet, not 6 feet.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is it depicted on the survey?
It's depicted as 6 foot 1 inch.
Yep.
Well, that's the shortest corner, but we want to try to go 8 foot, which is that top corner.
Your request needs to be the minimum, so you do need to request the 6.
Okay.
That's.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so
You need what?
So the 6'1" is accurate, and then the 20 foot 4 inches in the back is also accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Got it. So we're good on that.
Yeah, she was pointing
Okay,
to.
and we do have obviously a public participation form.
Yep.
As soon as I get it, we'll let them speak, and I'll give you a chance for rebuttal.
Sit down.
Yeah, they can sit. Yeah.
Where's he at?
Public speaker.
Sir, you can come forward, and then once you speak, you can go ahead and finish filling out the form.
All right.
That's all right. We need to know. State your name and address for the record.
My name's Glenn Schwanebeck, 1730 Lemon Street, to the north of the applicant's property. I just have a couple questions. Some of them probably have already been answered. He says the building's just going to be for storage. One of my questions was what it was going to be used for. And then I was just wondering, when I first saw the notice and called the county, I believe the building was going to be 1,500 square feet, and now I think somebody said 18. And I was just wondering, is it common practice to reduce an easement by 75%? And my other question is, isn't there a percentage of the total square feet of any property that can be built on, and would this be within it? And I think the person that came up before him stated that it was. So, but probably my main question is, if this variance is granted, and then let's say I or another owner of my property wanted to put up a building with the same variance, would it be granted? And if so, can I get that in writing? Because I work for Volusia County also, and I was once told that if it isn't in writing, it never happened. So I'm just kind of wondering, you know, like, you give the variance, and then, you know, I originally heard it was going to be, they were going to go from 40 feet to 10 feet, and I think I heard now that they changed it to 20. And my concern would be, like, I don't care what a neighbor does on their property as long as there's no effect or impact on me or my property. So I'm just wondering, like, if this building's pushed back to 10 or 20 feet from the property line, and let's say I wanted to put a building and do the same, would I get that same variance? If not, if they moved theirs back and then I wanted to do the same and they said, no, you can't do it because you'd be too close to the other building, then the variance you're giving him is kind of like taking footage away from me or a family member that owns the property when I fall over or something, you know? So those are my only questions.
I can tell you each variance is individual cases.
Yeah.
We don't look at it as a broad, you know, we look at it on a case-by-case basis.
Yeah.
So to answer your question, just because someone else got a variance doesn't necessarily mean that you would get a variance.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it would happen, but
Yeah.
I'm just letting you know that each case is based on, and Mr. Soria, if you can clarify that if you'd like.
Yes, that's correct. So it has to be based on the peculiar circumstance of each, oh, sorry, okay. So your variance has to be based on demonstration that there is something special or unique about that particular property, demonstration by competent substantial evidence. You know, so you do look at it on a property by property basis. Now, I will say if properties are side by side and they both share the same kind of unique variance and they are otherwise identical, you should grant the other variance, assuming that the special condition you've identified is localized enough and doesn't spread throughout, like it doesn't affect the entire neighborhood, but it affects, you know, a couple houses, maybe 3 houses, maybe 3 lots, because you never know with how large the special condition is and how it affects properties and adjacent properties. So
That golden word of should, because this board could change from the time one variance is requested to the next, so it's not a guarantee that you would get that variance.
Yeah, that's my only concern is, you know, like I said, I wouldn't, let's say down the road I wanted to sell, you know, the property. You know, obviously there's a house on it, but I wanted to sell it and the person sees there's a building back there. I don't care that he's got a building, that's fine, you know. I just wouldn't want, you know,
Okay.
their setback to affect mine, you know, that's all I'm concerned with.
Okay.
Other than that, I don't have a problem with him doing it, you know, it's his property, you know, just so it don't affect my property, that's all I'm here about.
We understand that. Go ahead, Mr. Costa.
So I just want to clarify, so you're in support of this variance?
As long as it doesn't have any impact on me, I don't care what he does.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right. Do we have any other public participation for this case?
I double checked and no, sir.
All right. Could I have the applicant come back up? You've heard the questions that he alluded to. Obviously, the acoustics aren't that great in here. I didn't write them each down. So, did you like to comment on anything that he had to say?
Not technically on what he had to say, but I do live at 1701 Carr Street. If you ever have any questions on what we're doing with the building, you're more than welcome to stop by. We would answer anything. It is just for storage use and to get things out of the weather and to clean up the yard so that my kids have a safe environment to run around at. I know y'all have seen the overhead view on what that side structure looks like. It's not the greatest. And it potentially could be a hazard if the kids get in there, and I'm trying to just make a better, I guess, site for the property use. I'm trying to make it look like the rest of the neighbors, adjacent neighbors. They all have steel buildings, and I've talked to all of them, and they're more than happy to see something better than what I've got.
Okay. All right. Any questions for the applicant? All right, we're going to close the floor for public participation once again, and hopefully we'll get you an answer. Mr. Costa.
I just want to note for the record that we've got we have 4 written letters of support, and the one gentleman before it, which should be 5.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
You can have a seat. We'll give you an answer in just a few moments. All right. We need discussion on this variance, or I will entertain a motion.
To move it along, I will make a motion for approval for case V26082. I think we got, 2 staff conditions on that?
Yes. Variances 1 and 2, correct?
2 variances and 2 staff conditions? Yeah.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I got a motion on the floor for Mr. Sixma to approve variance V26082 with the 2 staff conditions, variances 1 and 2, and a second for Mr. Costa. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay.
0.
All right.
Next case.
Mr. Costa, can I get the next case, please?
S-26-068, application of Mary Solik Esquire and Dottie Solik Law Agents for owner Max R. Bates, requesting a special exception for the communication tower exceeding 70 feet in height on Resource Corridor RC Zone property.
Miss Ray, this one's yours.
Good morning again. So the applicant is requesting a special exception for a 250-foot self-support communication tower on a 14.9-acre parcel. The property is located within the Jacksonville Bombing Range Complex Military Zone Local Plan. The goal of the local plan is to encourage the long-term viability of the military mission at Pine Castle and Lake George ranges for the U.S. Navy. Due to the tower being taller than 200 feet, the Navy representative had an opportunity to comment on the application, and after his review, he had no comments or concerns. The applicant did submit an environmental impact analysis. It shows that there is a wetland on the northeastern corner of the property, approximately 119 feet away from the proposed tower location. There are 4 gopher tortoise burrows found on site, but there were none located within 25 feet of the proposed project footprint. And environmental permitting did review the application and does not object. The proposed lease area is 10,000 square feet located on the eastern portion of the property. It's proposed to have up to 4 carriers, T-Mobile being the initial carrier. Compound is proposed to be surrounded by an 8-foot tall chain link fence and to have a 15-foot landscape buffer on the outside of that fence. A letter from the Federal Aviation Administration was submitted and stated that the proposed tower will not be a hazard to the air navigation and it will need to be marked and lighted in accordance to their regulations. The tower will close a coverage gap between 3 different towers. The closest tower is approximately 2.8 miles to the northwest. It is not anticipated to create undue traffic congestion as the site will be visited for maintenance only. And staff's recommendation is to approve the special exception request subject to 2 staff recommended conditions. I will also note that we did receive 2 letters of opposition. I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Ray. Any questions for staff? Seeing none, is the applicant present? Good morning. Could I get your name and address for the record?
Absolutely. Mary Solik, 121 South Orange Avenue, Suite 1500, Orlando, Florida. I am legal counsel for Blue Sky Towers, the applicant or the developer on this particular project. I have with me today Lisaida Ramos, who is with Blue Sky, and Jason Pauly, who is the RF engineer with T-Mobile. Your staff has done a very thorough review of this application and determined that we meet all of the performance criteria in your code for this thank you, for this particular tower. I know that you have some written citizen opposition, and that there may be members of the public. Maybe the best use of our time is for you to hear that and then for me to come back up and address that, unless you have questions for me now. Anybody have any questions for me now?
Any questions for the applicant?
I do have one question. Thank you, Chairman. Does the light at the top flash, or is it solid red?
It's flashing.
It is flashing?
Mhm.
Okay.
Anything else at this moment?
Any other question?
Okay, I'll sit down and then come back up.
Okay. We do have some public participation forms, so I'll give you an opportunity for rebuttal. Okay. Justice Dawley? D-A-W-L-E-Y? All right. Good morning, sir. Can I get your name and address for the record?
My name is Jesse Dawley, and my address is 1490 Black Bear Ranch Trail. And what I understand, they're putting this tower out there, and they're wanting to come down Black Bear Ranch Trail. When his driveway goes straight ahead, he could put the driveway. In fact, it will be longer for him to come down Black Bear Ranch Trail and go in there. But it's a private road, and I'm not agreeing for him. I'm not going to sign him permission to put that entryway off of my road. And that's all I got to say about that.
Okay, you say there's another access to the property other than coming down Black Bear Road?
Sir, Buckles Road, the entryway comes in, his driveway is dead into it.
Correct?
And if he goes up his driveway a little ways, it's a lot shorter there than to come down here and go out
Okay.
on a road.
All right, sir.
So he can, as far as I'm concerned, he can put his road to the tower is what I'm talking about.
I understand.
Okay, thank you all.
Okay, thank you. Lauren Winsford? Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Lauren Weisenford, 1425 Black Bear Ranch Trail.
Okay, you had a comment you would like to make?
Yes, sir. We're opposed to it. The association is trying to hire an attorney. It was late notice. We just saw the sign that went up. Recently. We're definitely opposed to it. We're a private community. That's why we bought into the community. We're out in the middle of nowhere. It went from what I was told was a 70-foot to a 250-foot tower, which I don't know if any one of you has ever seen a 250-foot tower. It's a monstrosity. It lowers everybody's property values, not to mention, like Mr. Mack said, it's a private road. It's a private community. I don't understand how we've even gotten this far. We pay fees every year to maintain our dirt roads. They're dirt roads. We're very opposed to it. We had a meeting on it. Like I said, it's very short notice. I would like it totally denied. But if not denied, definitely not given the 250-foot variance. I think the 70 feet is, I don't even want the 70-foot, but if it has to be anything at all, then definitely the 70 instead of the 250, and the fact that we're on a private road that we pay annually to maintain, that now you're going to have, maintenance trucks and building trucks, and like I said, it's a dirt road. It's not the best dirt road to begin with, so very opposed.
So you're opposed to the tower and the access, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Stanley and Janice Rowe. Could I get your name and address for the record, please?
Janice Rowe, 861 Buckles Road, Pearson, Florida.
Okay.
And Stanley Rowe, 861 Buckles Road, Pearson, Florida.
All right. You had a comment you would like to make?
We are here to represent Black Bear Ranch Property Owners Association. I submitted in writing a packet to you.
We got it.
I'd just like to go over some of the points that are in there. First of all, our Articles of Incorporation state that the association has been created and established for the objects and purposes of and shall have exclusive jurisdiction over and the sole responsibility for the ownership, administration, management, operation, regulation, care, maintenance, repair, basically everything that deals with access, easement, and road construction on those roads. We were developed in 1998. We're 46 lots, small development. The subject property is to the north of our property. Black Bear Ranch Property Owners Association has control of the property to the east, to the south, and to the west of the subject property. The access that the lot owner has for that property goes up Buckles Road and Buckles Road only. Also, we have concerns over a memorandum of option and lease agreement, attachment 1 to what we submitted earlier. It states that, first of all, they are granting they have an agreement that they can assign to anybody else for 50 years. That means they would have control over our roads, which we question whether they even have an option to use, for 50 years. This agreement also states that it's a summary, and it's being put in here only as a memorandum. We don't know what the final agreement is, how that will affect our properties, how that will affect our roads. I think that we should be able to see what that agreement is so we know how it will affect us and the county. If you look at page 16 of the information packet that you sent out to us, the map clearly shows the easement for the proposed cell tower is only on Buckles Road, and it is a non-exclusive easement. Page 46 of 57, the staff comments begin, written by Development Engineering, Anthony Taylor, Civil Engineer 2. On the following page, page 47, he states that per LDC section 72-612A,
It's time.
72-612B, G, all proposed lots
Okay,
shall
Miss-
front on publicly dedicated street paved to county standards.
Ms. Rowe, you've used your 3 minutes up.
This is a private road.
Okay.
We are against it completely unless they can show that they have a right to our roads, which is a private subdivision.
Mr. Costa, you had a question?
I do. I have several, actually. So you say that the property in question where the cell tower is going is not a member of your POA, is that correct?
They are not a member of the POA.
Okay, so therefore they're not under the umbrella and requirements of the POA?
Correct.
Okay.
Ma'am, can you speak into the microphone, please?
Speaking.
I'm sorry. They have to use the POA roads to get to that property.
So, and I also live on a private road, so the road here in question is actually Black Bear Ranch Road, is that correct? Is that the one we're talking about?
Buckles Road is the only easement that they have been given to that
Correct,
property.
but your opposition is for them coming out onto Black Bear Ranch, is that correct? Your opposition is not them exiting on Buckles, it's exiting or entering on Black Bear, is that correct?
That is part of it, but also whether or not they have a legal use to lease our roads that they don't have a exclusive right
Okay.
over.
Well, that's for the attorneys to work out.
Yes,
so
sir.
my other question is, so it's a private road. In your opinion, who's allowed to use that road? Who's allowed to come down that road on that private road?
All members of the POA have
Only?
access to that, and anyone that their guests that they allow to come into their properties.
So is Amazon allowed to come down that road?
Yes, sir.
UPS?
Yes, sir.
U.S. Mail, obviously?
U.S. Mail, no.
No? They
They
stop
do-
at the kiosk at the main road?
Yes, they will not come onto our properties.
And what about trash pickup? Is that done at Buckles or individually?
That goes throughout Property Owners Association
Okay.
roads.
Do you have any objection to the height of the tower?
Yes.
You have objection to the height of the tower as well? You have objection in general? Okay, all right. Well, let's pare this down to what's really
the
important.
property that is going on is a beautiful pasture,
Mhm.
rolling hills on that property, and it's just going to look awful. It's going to be visible from way down Buckles Road before you even get to the property
Yeah,
owners.
I know 250 feet. It's a pretty good distance.
It's super high.
So, but your main objection, if you had to pick one main objection, is it the exit onto Black Bear Road, or is it just the entire project completely? So I'm just trying to find a common
The
ground here.
Property Owners Association was made to maintain the roads and take care of those roads. So the association itself can only deal with the roads. Personally, I'm against it all.
All right, so if this property owner where this tower is proposed was to become a member of the POA and pay into that association, would that soften the blow at all of them using Black Bear Road? No? Okay. All right.
Here's one of the problems.
Go ahead.
Is when you do construction, bringing in dump trucks, concrete trucks, cranes, depending on the time of the year, if it's wet or if it's real dry, the road has like a crust. Once you break through that, you're in the sugar sand. And I don't feel that we should be responsible for a commercial company to have to do all those repairs, which would be very costly.
Well, that is something that we could actually put into this variance, that they are responsible for maintaining the road during the construction process and bringing it back up to current condition at the exit of that project. Would that help you?
If you can't get anything else, that would help.
Okay, all right, thank you.
That would not be ideal, and we do have a lawyer that's working on it, but due to short circumstances, nobody had time to get anything done.
All right, perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Ms. Bush, you had a question?
I have a question for staff, if that's okay. Or
Got
if
it.
you want to.
Yeah, do we have any other public participation for this case? All right, I'm gonna get the applicant back for a rebuttal. Go ahead. But let's ask staff the question, so in case the attorney wants to ask. Go ahead, Ms. Bush. ask.
Thank you. I would like to ask, can the Development Review Committee provide a waiver to provide access to a roadway that's not theirs?
Do you mind restating the question a little closer? Thank you.
Absolutely. I'm sorry. I got to hold it. Okay. Like an ice cream cone. So per LDC section 72-612A and 72-612G, all proposed lots shall front on a publicly dedicated street paved to county standards. The proposed roadway providing access to the proposed lots is identified as a private street on the plan provided. Private access shall require a waiver from the Development Review Committee. If the waiver is approved by the DRC, the applicant shall record a notice to future landowners declaring that the road is not currently county maintained, has not been accepted by the county, and that the maintenance of the road is not the responsibility of the county, regardless of use by public service vehicles prior to issuance of the development order. So my question is, can the DRC approve a waiver to a roadway right-of-way that is not under their purview and is not in their jurisdiction?
Mr. Chair, I can answer that. The answer is yes, because what they are approving is a construction standard. So the property owner still has to demonstrate that they have the legal right to use the easement. We determine what they have to build that easement to. So if the DRC grants the waiver, which the county is not interested in accepting this as a publicly dedicated road, the discussion becomes, what construction standards will the DRC require? Usually it's to meet fire code standards, so that is, to construct whatever access that you legally have the right to withstand an emergency vehicle. That's usually 80,000 pounds. LBR 40 or some kind of compaction such that whatever emergency standard needs to access this unmanned tower, an emergency vehicle can get there. So that's the type of construction standard we're looking at.
Understood. Would the applicant, though, need to bring that they have an agreement with the private property owner of the road prior to the DRC reviewing the waiver request?
They need to demonstrate that they have legal access to the property. So I do not know if how they're taking access to the tower. The private road, which is Black Bear Ranch, may be on their property, in which case they don't need an easement because it's their property. The easement is on their property, and we are just saying, hey, you are going to need to construct that access or driveway to the tower to our standards. Because the easement is non-exclusive, they can technically coexist, they just can't interfere with each other.
Mr. Sawyer, correct me if I'm wrong, but we're not determining whether what the access is to the tower. Our special exception is for the tower to exceed 70 feet and for the tower itself.
Yes, but you're looking at the entire site plan, so you're looking at it from a compatibility standpoint. So, for example, that's their proposed access area. If they do not have the right to access the easement of Black Bear Ranch, then they will have to demonstrate and show that they are accessing the tower in as close in a way as possible as pursuant to the site plan, basically keep it entirely within their property and construct it to our standards. So, there is a little bit of how are you accessing the tower in your determination of compatibility.
So the applicant has to have demonstrate that they have legal access to Black Bear Road and for that type of use on Black Bear Road. Is that correct? That's what they're going to have to do.
Yes, but we don't have, if it's a private agreement, that's not something we enforce because that's a private agreement between two private parties. So what we are looking at is, do you have access to the tower from, just at least show us prima facie that you have access to it, and then we're going to determine the construction standards. If there is some kind of restriction, the county can't be a part of that. So that has to be enforced on a private matter.
I guess the other question is Mr. Bates, does he have an exclusive or non-exclusive right of that easement, which is the Black Bear Road?
We don't know. Haven't seen any easement documents for Blackberry. We don't know where the actual easement is, if it's on their property, or what the details of that easement are. If it is exclusive, that's something the applicant will have to deal with and shift the access to the tower such that it doesn't interfere with Blackberry Road.
Well, from my point of view, if I don't know if they've got legal access to do this or not, how can I determine whether the tower should go there?
Well, you look at the entire parcel. Like the parcel is large, so they can shift their access to get access to the tower. The question is access isn't going to be an issue for the tower. Like, they can relocate their access to be outside of Blackberry Road if they do not have the rights for it. But the applicant's attorneys here, they can probably answer
this is what I'm
I
saying.
could short circuit a lot of this.
The decision process in order to determine whether it comes in off of Black Bear, if it comes in off of Buckles, or if it even should be there at all. And so, it's kind of vague to me, unless somebody can clarify it.
I can absolutely clarify it.
Go ahead, Mr. Costin.
Well, before we go to the attorney, the question I have is, if we're just approving the height of the tower, this still has to come in for permit. During permitting is when they're going to determine what road they can or cannot use. Is that correct?
Absolutely, yes.
That's the
Yes.
final say.
Yes.
All right, so we're just approving the tower. The
Yes.
location of where it's coming and going is going to be handled through permitting
Yes.
process. There you go.
Okay. Ms. Craig, you had a comment or a question?
I believe his question just sort of made this somewhat moot, but once the construction is completed, how much traffic is involved in getting to the tower?
Oh, great question. Once construction is complete, you can anticipate one visit per carrier per quarter in a light-duty vehicle. 4 times a year, and you really only have 3 licensed carriers left in your marketplace. That's the traffic it will generate. Ms. Ramos can talk to you about the construction schedule, but let me clear up a couple of these other things that have gotten us bogged down. First of all, I've pulled up the code section that was cited by your staff in the DRC comments, and in the very first sentence of that section, it exempts out from the paved road requirement, specifically communications towers, utilities such as communication towers. So that's a moot point. We don't have to put it on a paved road. We're exempted under the current language of your code. I have passed out to you, I hope this will help. This is a 2-page document. It is just an enlargement of the site plan that we have already submitted. It might be helpful if you rip the staple out of there and put them side by side so you can see the access road all the way across the Max Bates property. That's our landlord's property. We are coming in off of Buckles Road, and Mr. Bates is giving to Blue Sky a 30-foot access and utility easement completely on his property. The access is coming from Buckles on the Bates property. Now, the aerial shows you that Black Bear Ranch Trail, the roadbed, meanders in there. There are portions of it that are on the Bates property. There are portions of it that are on the property owner to the south. But our access is coming only through Max Bates's property. So that should answer your question. We don't need approval from anybody to use Black Bear Ranch Trail. We only need Mr. Bates' approval to have a 30-foot access easement that runs right along his south property line. Mr. Costa, you have a question?
I do, actually. Yeah, but I'm looking at what's been submitted. It shows access coming from your tower right onto Black Bear. You're telling me that's
No, it doesn't.
inaccurate?
No, it goes to Buckles.
What she's saying is Black Bear, that portion of
If you-
Black Bear Ranch Trail is on Max Bates' property. He's given the easement.
I gotcha.
It runs, that dark heavy line on there is the southern property line of the Bates property.
All right, so they're making
And that's
claims
part
to
of the
Black Bear.
site plan that we have submitted. It's that same page you're looking at right there, Mr. Costa. I just enlarged it so you could really see the detail.
Okay.
I can't help where the road meanders, but Mr. Bates can grant a 30-foot easement along his southern property line that's completely within his ownership. Mr. Bates has deeded access to Buckles Road. He took title to this property in 1997. I've got the agreement for deed right here. It is not an exclusive easement. It can be assigned. It can be transferred. It can be, you can have licensees. It runs with the land. It doesn't specify any limitations on use. It's the same access everybody else has to Buckles Road. Anybody else can build a house that has a construction project or a span that lasts a lot longer than this tower would. These are all rights that everybody out there has, and Mr. Bates has them too. I can have Ms. Ramos tell you about how long the construction process takes if you'd like to hear that. We would also be willing, we build towers everywhere, and we build them in a lot of remote areas, and we deal with a lot of private road situations like this. And what we can offer to do, she would tell you that we have 3 heavy-duty vehicles that come in. A crane comes in once to stack the tower. A flatbed trailer comes in once with the tower segments. And then you'll have concrete trucks on one day to pour the limited amount of concrete that a self-support tower requires. A monopole tower requires a lot more concrete because you have to pour the case on. So those are the heavy-duty vehicles that will come in for construction. We are more than happy to videotape the road before we bring each of those vehicles in, and videotape, and by road I mean Buckles, because that's the road we're going to use. We'll videotape Buckles before we bring those trucks in. We'll videotape when those trucks leave, and we can submit them to the POA to determine whether we have damaged the roads. we're happy to do that. We do that in other situations.
You said Buckles, what about Black Ranch
We,
Trail?
we won't be on Black Bear.
This is depicting that you're on Black Bear.
Well, in tiny portions of it, but it's Mr. Bates's property.
Yeah, the property line goes over into Black Bear is what she's claiming.
In places, not all of it.
So they're technically skirting down the edge of his property line.
Yeah, no, I see that.
See, yeah. That's
But
what
I don't see where the access off of Buckles is.
Right there.
I'm sorry, Ms. Bush, we
Yeah,
can't
I can
hear
pull it.
you.
Let's see.
That's Buckles right there.
That's what she's pointing
That's
out.
what she's
Okay.
talking about.
Okay.
I see it.
I see what. Okay.
Do you see it now?
I do. Yeah.
I do.
I do have some other questions, Chairman.
Go ahead, Ms.
Oh,
Bush.
thank you. Can you tell me about, so you're putting this communication tower in the Florida Wildlife Corridor, correct? In a map, in the staff report, it indicates that this
Okay.
tower is going in the Florida Wildlife Corridor.
Okay.
In the wildlife corridor, wildlife migrates, right? They move around. Can you tell me, does this tower have guideline wires coming down?
No guide wires.
Okay. What are some of the measures that you're taking to reduce maybe impacts to the environment, considering that this isn't a very sensitive land?
We have to do a NEPA report for our FCC compliance, and we'll do that at the site plan stage, and we will have to meet any of the requirements that pop up as part of NEPA. Any any endangered species, any gopher tortoises, all of that will pop up when we do the site plan, and we have to comply. You heard that we noted 4 gopher tortoises on site, but none of them are within 25 feet of the tower location. Between now and when we actually build it, they could move. We will have to do that again at site plan. We'll have to go back in and reevaluate those environmental impacts. But those are all site development issues. Today, we're just here on the zoning approval.
Well, you're here on the use approval, and the communication tower use impacts a lot of those things. So we are talking about a lot of that today, which is
Right.
why I'm asking the questions
Right,
that
and
I
that's
am.
why your staff had us do an environmental assessment
Absolutely.
as part of this application.
You know, I'll be honest with you. A lot of those are just checking the boxes, right? Unfortunately, but I would like to know more about how you are going above and beyond to prevent any migratory bird deaths, which they die by the millions by by these communications towers. So, what are you doing to support wildlife movement in the Florida Wildlife Corridor?
Well, in terms of migrating birds, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service guidance is directed at towers that are guide towers and over 300 feet. Monopoles and self-supports under that are not deemed to be impacting migratory birds. And again, that's part of our NEPA that goes up to the FCC. That gets reviewed by Fish and Wildlife too. So we'll have to meet all of those standards. But the tower of this height generally is not generally deemed to have an impact on migratory birds. Guy wires, yes.
I mean, I'm on their website and I'm viewing otherwise, but we'll just rest that case. Those are my main concerns about this.
The coverage that this tower will be providing, is there any overlapping coverage with the other cell towers in the area?
I'm going to call Mr. Pauly up for that. He can only speak to T-Mobile's coverage. I don't have coverage maps for the other 2 licensed carriers in your marketplace. T-Mobile is the anchor tower on this particular tenant, and let me pull up his maps.
The reason I even asked that question is the benefit outweigh the impact in that area. If we have coverage already from other existing towers, do we or do we not?
Jason Pauly, 315 Elkhorn Court, Winter Park, Florida. T-Mobile engineer, coming up on 32 years of RF experience. There is a lack of coverage in the area currently. We have different bands that we use. Low band covers farthest, and if you'll go up a slide, down a slide, I'm sorry. You can see, here we're depicting the 1900 megahertz 5G coverage. You see the lack around the tower location. If this was low band depicted, the coverage would be larger because low band covers further. It's just the physics of the spectrum. So in the existing picture here between the sites in the southwest, you see that there is only connecting in-vehicle coverage. If you looked at low band, that in-vehicle connection would be much smaller and there'd be more in-building residential. So is there coverage from low band to some extent? It's getting closer, but you're not going to have the in-building, and the in-vehicle will not be fully there either. If you go down another slide, you can see with the 5G 1900 with the site expands greatly to the north that the existing sites do not give even with low band. Did I answer your question?
You did, to some degree. Pretty much what you're saying is the low band, which isn't the 5G, we have coverage. You just don't have the coverage on the 5G.
I'm not saying we have coverage at the tower location with the low band. Outdoor coverage probably is there on low band. To the north, we don't have it. That this is gaining us, and we're improving to the south with multiple bands.
Okay, I'd have to ask staff, but we just approved one in Seville there off the railroad tracks. Is that depicted on this also? Because I don't think it's constructed yet, is it? Staff?
I don't believe it's constructed yet. They do have a tower distance map, so you can, I think it's like the slide that is directly above this. So
Yeah, but does that include the one we just approved up in the Seville area?
I
by the
don't
railroad
believe
tracks?
so, because...
Because this is pretty close to that.
Actually, it may. That may be that 1027523. That does look pretty close.
Do you remember how big the other tower was, how tall it was?
Pardon?
Do you remember how tall the other tower is not constructed
I don't
yet?
remember what I had for lunch yesterday.
Yeah, all right.
I just remember that tower. But
That red ring on that map I've showed you is a 2-mile radius. And at the time of our application, there weren't any other existing structures in that ring.
we had approved a cell tower along the railroad tracks there is closer to Seville, which is pretty close to where this location is. And that was the reason I'm even asking the coverage area. And this lease, it's for how many years? 50 years? 50-year lease?
It's a 50-year lease.
50-year lease.
That's pretty standard
With
in the
the
industry.
advent of technology, with the Starlink and all that going up, I mean, you being an engineer, you probably know better than I do, obviously. What are we looking at? Obviously, in 50 years, you're not going to need this tower. You're probably not going to need it in 20 years. And so that's my point going, forward.
Technology is changing and advancing. The satellite communications that you're talking about have limited bandwidth, and they're not going to replace terrestrial-based tower systems.
Not now.
Not ever.
Not ever. But the technology, the devices being used will change.
So, yeah, T-Mobile and other carriers can use the Starlink in areas where they have zero service for communications. They can text. They're going to introduce calling features in the future, but it's not going to replace towers providing service to areas where they're up.
Okay.
The lease runs in 5-year increments. It gets renewed every 5 years automatically at the option of Blue Sky. And if the tower ever becomes obsolete, the lease provides that Blue Sky will take it down. I mean, that's a pretty standard provision of all tower agreements. And you probably have a provision in your code, I didn't look at that requires removal of towers if they are not being used any longer.
Do we, can staff answer that question on the Seville
I'm sorry, what's the
Tower?
question?
The Seville Tower. Does this depict the coverage from the Seville Tower?
Oh, it's about the one you just approved by the
one
railroad.
we just approved within the
Right.
last year. And I don't think it's in construction yet. Or it may be in construction, I don't know if it's operable yet.
So the closest one that we have to this area was approved in '24, and it currently has a final site plan, and it's very far west of US 17, so it's not on the propagation map.
The one.
Oh, it's west of 17?
The one
Yes,
that
it's,
was in the
off-
Seville area there, though, was right on 17 because it was right on the railroad track. Or is that on this map?
Yep.
Is that on this map?
That's-
Okay.
I don't even remember when it was done. I remember doing it. Pardon me? Yeah.
I'm not getting a good
Okay.
read from it.
I don't mean to, but it's something you gotta take in
Uh,
consideration.
a tower along 17 is not going to replace the need for this location. It's too far away. If you go down to the coverage maps that I've provided, you'll see that we have a
How
site
far?
along 17, and it's not reaching out here.
How far apart are the two towers?
Yeah. I'm kind of torn on this.
The scale there is 2 miles. Yeah, it's over 2 miles to the existing tower to the west.
That's for the 5G coverage, correct? Yes.
Correct. It was depicting 5G. LTE has a slightly larger footprint at the same frequency.
Again, I'm bringing you back to this map here that for a scale, that red ring is a 2-mile radius, and you see 17 is all the way over to the west, and the existing towers to the west are then probably another mile. They're
Okay.
15,600 feet. That's almost 3 miles. The other one to the southwest is 16,000 feet. That's over 3 miles.
These folks that have the POA on the Black Bear Ranch Trail, obviously they do the upkeep and stuff on that trail. During the construction process, I'm not saying for maintenance with that quarterly visit. What I'm talking about is during the construction process, if that road's damaged, would you be willing to put in a condition to bring it back to where it was previously? I'm not saying go in there and pave the road. What I'm saying is to bring it back to the condition that it was
The portion
previously.
of Black Bear Ranch that is on Mr. Bates's property that we'll
It
be
doesn't
using.
matter, they're taking care of the road.
Right.
Even though it's on his road.
But we won't be using it. We will only be using the portion of it that's on Max Bates's property.
I understand that.
And
the
we're
portion-
happy to repair
The
that.
portion that's on Max Bates' property, they maintain.
We're happy to repair any damage to the portion of Black Bear Trail that's on the Bates property that we damaged during construction.
That's all I wanted to
That's
know.
absolutely.
I know you said Buckles, but I need.
Technically, they're coming on Buckles, but they're actually driving Black Bear, even though Black Bear is
On his property. But they're maintaining that road.
And it's being maintained by an association up to this point.
Yeah.
I mean, from a neighborly standpoint, again, I also live on a private road, and if this was happening on the corner of my road that I'm helping to maintain, I would definitely fight to, if nothing else, to get that homeowner or that owner or this company to become a member of the POA and kick into that fund, especially if it's a 15-year lease. We're not talking a 5-day. It's not a temporary lease. It's a 15 with another renewal. I've seen the cell tower leases before, so I would feel comfortable as a citizen saying, hey, yeah, listen, we're going to be good citizens. Whatever we tear up, we're going to fix. But at the same time, because that property has such a long stretch of it on Black Bear, and actually it's the head to Black Bear Ranch Trail that's being maintained, that they would kind of jump into the fold and kick into that fund. I have no idea what that POA, what they collect. I can only speculate at this point. But that's just that's a suggestion. I'm not making it as a requirement, but it's a very strong suggestion.
Okay. Well, you've heard the concerns, you've heard our questioning.
Right.
Is there anything you'd like to add to that
Chairman,
before we close?
I do have a clarification for you. The tower that you all are referring to that was approved last year is located on their map. It's the northwest tower. Number is 1200695.
Says it's on there. Okay. I just wanted to make sure that we included that.
Yes.
So we didn't get overlapping coverage, that's all. Okay.
Okay.
Other than the.
So are you, I was going to, if you wanted us to continue to dig into that tower more, I was going to suggest that, but are you now satisfied that that tower is not a replacement for this one? Or do I need to come back to you?
Overlapping coverage, and he explained it pretty well.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
You know, we
I
do
want to
have
give you
low
all the
coverage,
information you need to make a
low
positive
bandwidth coverage, but we don't
decision.
have the 5G pretty much. And as far as I look for these towers to be obsolete, because even though the towers are the bandwidth, they're going to come out with devices that can reach these satellites would be more efficient. It's just technology. But you said you review this every 5 years, and if it's not
needed any longer, we take it down.
you take it down, you remove the tower.
We do.
Okay.
And I should have looked while I was, did you look, Paolo, to see whether we have a tower, you have a tower removal provision in your?
I don't believe we do. I know some jurisdictions have make you put up a bond to remove the tower. I'll have to check. Right.
Yeah.
I think
We have a
so.
legal obligation under our lease with Mr. Bates to remove it if it's not used anymore.
And having.
And the special exception runs with the use. Once the
Yes.
use is
So-
discontinued, then the special exception
So
goes away.
that is correct. If they are no longer using it as a tower, it, abandons the use, and if they don't take the tower down, we can initiate proceedings to start demolition and removal of the tower, and then eventually lien the property. So that's 50 years in the future. Normally, the lease agreements, because we've done lease agreements for our towers as well, has a provision saying after the lease is terminated, you take down the tower. That is common.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Bush, you had a comment or a question?
Yeah, question, just to follow up. Paulo, how do we know that the tower's not in use?
There's a list of essentially towers, and when they co-locate, or when the carriers co-locate, they have to kind of inform us on what structures are on the tower. Obviously, it has to be powered. So once things, there are going to be signs that this tower is no longer in use. Also, we've got landscaping plans and landscaping maintenance requirements, and kind of stormwater requirements for the impervious. When we start seeing some of those things, fall by the wayside, we start asking questions, initiate code enforcement for maintenance, and when no one responds, or if there's no electricity coming to it, or if there's no license anymore for any one of these things, those are kind of evidence that, hey, who's on this tower? Who's paying for it? Is it abandoned?
And the carriers take the antenna off.
Understood. I've had an experience in the past where that wasn't indicated, and the property owner kept the lights on and kept maintaining it in order to get a carrier on, but the 90 days of their exemption had lapsed. So it was an issue that I had to deal with on the abatement side, and so that's why I just want to ask the question, and that is really not confident enough for me to think that I would support this. So thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Okay, with that, I think we've met all of your code is written kind of differently. They have reasons for denial, not reasons for approval of a special exception. And I don't think you've heard any competent substantial evidence today that demonstrates that we don't meet the requirements of your code for a tower on this property. We meet all the setbacks, we meet all the separations. You have separations from residential structures and from the property lines to address aesthetic impact and to address safety. And we meet or exceed all of those setbacks. And there isn't you haven't heard anything to demonstrate that we don't meet the requirements of your code for towers, and we would ask for your approval today.
Well, the only thing that I could add to that would be a condition. And the condition being the right-of-way, that it would be maintained properly during the construction process and forthgoing. Whether you join the POA or not, I'm not telling, I wouldn't go that far, but we need something in writing that you're going to keep, whatever you destroy, you're going to maintain. Because these folks are putting their money out to keep this road drivable, because I live on a private road myself, so I know how it is. And so for them to get that assurance that we're not going to go in there and tear the road up and just leave it, or have undue traffic to the point where it makes it very burdensome for them to use their road that they've maintained. I understand it's on Mr. Bates's property, okay? That clarified that portion of it for me. But my concern, for me to be okay with this, there would be a third condition.
Absolutely. And can I help you craft that?
Yeah, you'd be more than happy if you
My suggestion is that Blue Sky Towers will be responsible for any damage to Buckles Road and or Black Bear Ranch caused during the initial construction of the tower, and that Blue Sky will document that by videotaping the condition of both of those roads prior to the entry of any heavy-duty vehicles and after the departure of heavy-duty vehicles during construction.
And what about during the quarterly visits, if any maintenance has to be done?
We're happy to do it then. I think that risk is very low. They're light duty
I just
pickup.
want you to be responsible for anything damages you do to their road.
We're not coming in anything bigger than an Amazon truck for maintenance.
Well, if you had to bring another crane in or something.
We use tower climbers.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Ms. Bush.
I'm still not comfortable with that. However, I would like a time frame. Like, you can't just say that you're going to maintain it and then not put a time frame to it. So 60, 90 days when you're going to repair it 90 days after the construction is done. Yeah, I want some kind of assurances on a time frame.
We can do it within 90 days. 90 is fine. 90, that's a good idea. Tie it to the CO.
How long is the construction process?
Ms. Ramos, you need to come up. She's got better can testify to that better.
They got to keep it maintained during the construction.
It's much shorter than building a house. Name and address.
Good afternoon, Lisaida Ramos, 4614 West 9th Griffin Road, Plant City, Florida 33565. The time schedule for the ETA for the construction of the cell telecommunications tower will be about 10 weeks. That could be less or a bit more, but usually about 10 weeks, and that's dependent, obviously, that weather permitted, and we stay on schedule.
Do you have folks on site every day?
We will have contractors on site working, but the crane, like she mentioned, the crane will be ones. Heavy truck loads will be ones to bring the tower in. And then after that, it was just limited traffic with the contractor coming in, staying on site, leaving, and completing the development of the tower.
So in the condition, you put 90 days, but to me, I think they need to keep the road maintained through the construction process too. People have got to travel this road in and out of their residence.
And that's fine.
And you'd have to maintain it through the whole construction process, plus bring it back to its current condition after the construction.
Yes, sir. And we can do that. We can do that however we draft it.
Okay. All right. I'm not sure that we're gonna get it passed, but that's, that'd be one of the stumbling blocks for me,
Yes, sir.
is that these folks pay money to keep their road maintained. We want to keep it that way.
I've not personally been out to Buckles Road, but I've had other tower construction situations where the roads were in such bad condition we couldn't get the crane in to start with, and we had to come in and do the improvement before we brought the crane in. So if that's the situation, we're going to have to do that too. We're going to have to make the repair to the road to get the equipment in. Again, I don't know what the condition of Buckles Road is. It looks pretty passable from the aerial, but I've not been out there.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions for the applicant?
Yeah. By chance, is the owner here? Is Bates here? No?
I asked.
No? All right, thank you.
Okay. We're going to close the floor for public participation and have a discussion here and give you an answer.
Okay.
Well, the discussion, actually, I'm going to go ahead and make the motion, and then we can discuss. Case S26-068, I make a motion to approve special exception case subject to the staff recommended conditions.
Would you want to add a third condition
Which I
for the
believe is
road construction?
2. Yeah, I want to talk about it before I add
Okay.
conditions to that. But you have 2 staff recommended conditions on here, I believe they are.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So
It pertains to the tower.
in essence, I personally don't have a problem at all with the cell tower. I think that it's a fit need situation. The private road part is giving me a little bit of consternation here. And I understand the attorney speak when it says, hey, we're staying on Bates's property. I get that because the property line runs into Black Bear Ranch Road, but nonetheless, that is the head of Black Bear Ranch, which is used by everybody downstream, and then the POA has been maintaining it for I don't know how many years. I would like to see a condition where, and I was jotting some notes down, and again, I'm not an attorney, so bear with me here, that it's a Blue Sky, yeah, BST, I'm going to call them BST for now, is that good? Well, they'll be responsible to maintain the current condition of the road from Buckles to Black Bear Road along the entirety of Bates's property during construction and post-construction, and within 60 days post-construction CO release, BST will then turn the road back over to the homeowners, if you will, in the same or better condition from the day the permit was issued. Something along those lines.
I happen to agree with you because they've met all the conditions
yeah,
for
the
the
tower,
tower
I have
itself.
Yep, I'm with you.
According to our code, they've met all the conditions, so I
Nope.
don't see anything that would prevent that.
Yep.
So there's no
Wish-
turnover to the
Well, I'm
POA.
saying-
It's just
well, they're not really taking
improving.
it from them, but I'm basically
Yeah.
releasing their responsibility as far as maintenance of that point within 60 days after the CO. Because they're going to have to come back and do whatever road repairs they need to do. In other words,
They
we're not turning it
gotta-
over to the county because we don't control it. It's a private road, so it's basically back to the homeowners.
Well,
Well,
they
it-
can keep it maintained.
Yeah.
Right. I think
I don't think
I
you
think where
want to
you're
turn
headed is
over-
it needs to be tied to maintenance of the road the road itself does not belong to the POA. It's an easement on private property.
Understood.
But we're happy to maintain Black Bear Ranch during construction and return it to its original condition post-construction for the length of Max Bates's frontage of Black Bear Ranch Road.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've said that more artfully or less, but I'm
Well, I just want to be understood that they maintain that road.
Yeah.
And even though it's on Max Bay's property, he's given them an easement. And part of that easement, he's allowed them to maintain a road on that easement.
right.
So regardless of who owns it or who doesn't own it, it needs to be maintained. That's the bottom
Right.
line.
And Blue Sky is happy to address any damage that it causes to Black Bear Ranch Trail due to the construction of the tower. We are. I don't know how many times I have to say that.
Okay, I just don't want them to come back and say, well, he owns the property, he doesn't have to keep this up or that up. That's part of the condition to approve this special exception.
Understood.
Ms. Bush, you had a comment?
Well, let's maybe complete the motion on the table, and then, let's complete the motion on the table so that I can give my suggestions or my responses, because I don't agree that they've met the conditions of the special condition criteria, and I'd like the opportunity to explain why I feel that way.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Costa.
It's the motion. So is a motion on the floor?
Well, you need to get well, are we going to put a third condition in there?
Oh, what's the
That
third
was
condition then? The one I just read?
The one that.
Maintenance?
The maintenance portion of it, yes.
Okay.
I mean, you might as well make it in the motion because it's not going to pass.
And
correct.
I'll repeat what I think I heard
Yes,
what the motion
please.
was, which is
you go.
BST, Blue Skies Technologies, will be responsible to.
Speak to the mic.
Sorry. So BST will be responsible to. I can't read my own writing. To maintain the existing conditions of the roadway along, what's the road again, Blackberry Road, during construction of the tower and after construction of the tower, and will return fix any damage and return any portions of the road within Mr. Bates's property within 60 days.
See ya.
Condition it was the day the permit was issued?
Yes.
Okay.
So and I think they've already said they will document and then they'll
And then
record.
I will second what he just said.
We'll just make it a condition, make that the third condition from staff. So the 3 staff recommended conditions.
Sure.
You recommended that one.
So that's the
Because
motion.
it's going to go without it.
Okay.
Do we have a second on my motion?
Not yet.
Okay.
Do I get a second on that motion? That no, ma'am. No, we're closed. There is an appeal process, and I'll let Mr. Soria go over that with you at the end of the conversation here.
A second.
Do I get a second on that? You going to second it? Okay. All right. I got a motion on the floor to approve special exception case S26068 with the 3 staff recommended conditions. The third being added by a discussion here at this panel. And a second from Ms. Craig, and the motion from Mr. Costa. Any discussion on the motion? Ms. Bush.
Thank you. I do not feel that the applicant has met the conditions for the special exemption. More specifically, and I will find this in the criteria that is listed on page 8 and 9 of the staff report, specifically section H and section I. I'll start with section H, that it materially alters the character of the surrounding neighborhoods or adversely affects the value of surrounding land, structures, and buildings. A communications tower in the Florida Wildlife Corridor will absolutely materially alter the character of the surrounding neighborhoods and adversely impact the value of the surrounding land, structures, and buildings. So I do not agree with staff. I do not find that there's enough evidence to suggest that there is not going to be an alteration to the character of the surrounding community by installing this communications tower. Secondly, I will adversely affect the natural environment, natural resources, or scenic beauty, or cause excessive pollution. Not necessarily on the excessive pollution side, but again, a communications tower in the Florida Wildlife Corridor will adversely affect the natural environment. We've already talked about migratory bird patterns and natural resources. In addition, there are some requirements that are guidelines from the United States Florida Wildlife Services indicating that the placement of new towers should really be away from these environmentally sensitive areas and should maximize the protection of these environmental areas where they best can. They give examples of how to place towers not near wetlands or in areas that are known to have bird concentration areas, either in state or national refuges, wildlife areas, staging areas, rookeries, or other important bird areas. So for these reasons, I do not feel that the substantial evidence to support that we should be recommending approval on this is there. So therefore, I am not in favor of this for those reasons and do not feel that it meets those requirements because of what I've outlined. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bush. Mr. Soria, on the criteria portion of the special exception, I know in variances it only has to meet 3. Special exceptions, what do they have to meet?
So these are reasons for denial, right? You can, so if they meet all the criteria, you should approve the special exception, and you can only deny the special exception if you find there's substantial evidence that triggers one of these reasons for denial. So it's a little bit different from your variance applications where you need to meet 3 out of 5. Here, they meet all their criteria for the special exception, and you have to basically look at, okay, was there evidence presented that that indicates that there is substantial evidence that triggers one of these reasons to deny. So that's what you're looking at in terms of your decisions. So, step 1 is, do they meet all the standard criteria for the special exception? I don't think I've heard any evidence that they don't. Step 2, if they meet all those, do they trigger one of those reasons for denial?
So they got to meet all the criteria is what you're saying.
Well, all the standard criteria for this
Standard
specific
criteria.
special exception.
Yeah.
And then you have, these factors. And
So if we agreed with what Ms. Bush said, theoretically, we could deny the special exception.
So here's the provision. It's in your report under the special exception criteria. You can deny the application for one or more of the following reasons, and it goes all the way from A through I. I will say, however, that towers are treated differently and special by both the U.S. government and Florida law. So, regarding property values, mere statement about the reduction of property values is not sufficient substantial evidence. You need, it needs to be provided by a property appraiser or a real estate agent, and the factual basis, usually, the comps or some kind of demonstration of an actual reduction is necessary. Regarding aesthetics, that is actually also a different test. A mere generalized objection to aesthetics is not sufficient. That usually has to be demonstrated by some kind of facsimile of how the tower interacts with the environment, a balloon test, or some kind of picture. When we go about environmental impacts, you have to be very careful because you cannot base your decision on the environmental effects of radio frequency. So that is not something that the 1996 Towers Act allows you to do when you are evaluating these towers. So, within that realm, that's the substantial evidence that you may consider when making your determination.
So the environmental impact, if I were to look at it and the size of the project being the footprint of the tower itself, if me personally sitting on this board, if I thought it had an impact on that,
it's usually the structural, the impacts of the structure itself on the environment, not the radio frequency effect. So, locating a tower in the middle of a wetland, for example, is something you can consider because that's standard land development practice. But you can't say, oh, 5G is going to do something. That's not within what you can consider.
well, we've been given a big obligation on these special exceptions that it stops here. I just want to make sure we got it right. That's all. Okay? All right. So any other comments on the motion? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we got 2 denials.
Yep.
Ms. Craig, I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. Okay. So it takes 4,
Yes.
correct?
So here are your options. You can revote with a different set of conditions. You can continue it to another matter, or, Mr. Chair, after you've taken, you continue it to a next meeting, or you can ask for additional motions, and if none appear, it operates as a technical denial, and you can appeal to county council within 10 days of the rendition.
We'll ask for a continuance when you have a full board.
Okay, but we got, we have to recommend that at this point. Okay. Well, we can either recommend a continuation for a full board, or we can do a technical denial because it didn't meet the 4 criteria. It only met 3. Or we can redo the motion to satisfy what the problem is on the motion, or if it could be satisfied at all.
If may I?
Go ahead.
Well, I know where Emily stands, but I don't know where you stand. Is there anything that we could tweak this that would change your point of view on this? Sorry.
He understood where Ms. Bush is at, but he didn't understand where Mr. Sixma was at. That's why he's...
I don't know. I'm just not feeling good about certain things. Like I said, the road, I guess, is covered at this point, but I mean, even the height of a tower, the 250 feet, is really bothering me. But
okay. So there were conditions that we could put in here that would satisfy you at this point.
I don't think so.
Okay. All right. It's a valid question. Just,
okay.
The procedure.
Okay, do you want to, well, procedurally, if we can look at it because it is a technical denial. You can ask if the board would consider a continuance. That's all. That's where we're at now.
All right. Well, as a motion, you mean?
Yeah, as a motion.
I would make a motion that to see if the board will accept a continuance on case S-26-068 to the August PLDRC meeting.
I would recommend going 1 month after that.
1 month after?
Yes. We have a medical condition on one of the...
Make it at September.
September 18th.
September 18, PLDRC meeting.
Okay.
Excuse me,
So the motion
17th.
is to continue case S-26-068 to the September 18th PLDRC meeting.
I'll second that.
Okay, I got a motion on the floor to continue S-26068 continue it to our September 18th.
Chair Mills, I apologize. It's the 17th. Got my Thursdays and my Fridays mixed up.
Your echo, I can't understand it.
17th.
So I'll amend a motion to September 1/7.
Second.
Got a motion on the floor to continue case S-26068 to our September 17th meeting for Mr. Costa and a second for Mr. Sixth. Any discussion on the motion?
Real quick,
Ms.
obviously
Bush.
punting this doesn't change any of the conditions, any of my reasonings for what I've stated. If you are to come back, I would highly suggest maybe trying to address some of these of my questions, because I am still going to be a non-starter for this.
Not my first rodeo.
I understand, but I don't necessarily feel that that's fair to the residents that are here as well, that we're punting this just to see if we can get a couple other people to vote for it. So I'm not going to vote for this.
Any other discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1. Okay. Mr. Costa, could I get the next one, please?
Next case, Z-26-081, application of Joseph Hopkins, the Performance Group, Inc., agent for owner, Jose Luis Bruno, Ludwig of Bedford Homes, LLC, requesting a rezoning from the transitional agricultural A3 zoning classifications to the transitional agricultural A4 zoning classification.
Mr. Zuzik, this one is yours.
spectacles this time, so didn't make me any louder. Good morning once again. My name's Rob Zuzek, Planner 2. This case is a request to rezone the subject property from A3 to A4 for the simple reason of being compliant with Code Section 72-537, subsection 10, subsection B, to be eligible for a exempt 5 or below lot subdivision. The proposed A4 zoning is compatible with urban light intensity future land use designation, reduces the potential intensity by increasing the minimum lot size from 1 acre to 2.5 acres, is consistent with the surrounding traditional development pattern. Staff recommends forwarding the application to the county with a recommendation of approval. On a planning note, this piece of property was the remnants of a slice and dice re-subdivision where everybody took their, basically piece of Lake Mammy, and this is what was left behind because more than half the property is submerged and actually it's prone to flooding from Lake Mammy. So from a planning perspective, taking marginal land like this and developing it is a good idea. It's very compatible with the current comprehensive plan, and it fits into that ULI future designation because this will ensure some green space, even if those lots are subdivided further. That's all I have to say about it. Are any questions?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Zuzak. Any questions? Ms. Bush?
Yes, I'm not sure you're going to be able to answer this, so this is for everyone. Maybe Mr. Ashley. Why was A3 omitted from section 72-537A10B?
Yeah, I won't be able to answer that because that's a plan thing, so it's before my time.
Because it's A3 is 1 acre. So
Yeah, the purpose of that subdivision exemption is to not require people to plat, and we want large lots, so 2.5 acres minimum. A3 is 1 acre, A4 is 2.5, so that's why we intentionally excluded A3, so you can't subdivide it without platting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Actually, I did know that.
I assume
yeah, and the
Yeah,
2.5.
it's a platting thing. Yeah.
The 2.5 was the previous exemption standard prior to the code change in 2008. So that's why it's like that too. A4, that's the minimum. A3 is minimum 1 acre. You could do 2.5 in A3, but that's not the minimum. So it was excluded from that option.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Anything
Any
further?
other questions for staff? Hearing none, thank you, sir. Is the applicant present? Good morning, sir. Could I get your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is Joe Hopkins. I'm an engineer with the Performance Group at 100 Marina Point Drive in Daytona Beach. I believe Mr. Suzak's presentation is right on spot. This meets all the matrix for evaluation of a rezoning criteria. We've been pretty forward with staff on what our objective is with this, is to pursue an exempt subdivision, 4-lot subdivision. It's an exhibit in your package on page 11 that depicts what we are attempting to pursue. We're not, it's not a smoke and mirror. We're not a shell game of any sorts that we're going to try to subdivide any further. It's our intent to divide into 4 lots at the end of the day through the exempt subdivision in section 72-537. And Ms. Bush, you were correct in raising the question about why A3 to A4. That's the reason. I'm here to answer any questions if you have them.
Okay, do we have any questions for the applicant? Okay, we do have a public participation form. I'll give you a chance. Oh, go ahead,
Real
Ms.
quick.
Bush.
Thank you. So I see that you're just straight subdividing it down the road, right? Like you're just north-south providing that delineation, correct, for your proposed Lake Mamie estates?
Correct.
Okay. Is the access then for these parcels supposed to be on State Road 15A?
Correct. Be North Spring Garden, correct.
Okay. That is a state road, correct?
I believe it is, yes.
Okay. It is.
State Road 15A.
It is a state road. Okay.
That's mislabeled.
And so the intent for these lots is to have access to ingress and egress off of the state road. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Is there, I see that you've got some low-lying, so it looks like the property kind of drains, I guess, or you have water, I guess, coming in from the north side of State Road 15A that's kind of coming into Lake Mamie there, so you kind of highlight here, right, your wetland area that's being delineated? So my question is that wet, that section that runs up on that parcel A to State Road 15A, is that wet?
I believe it is. It was classified previously by an environmental evaluation. The site has approximately 7 feet of relief from north to south towards Lake Mamie. Starts off around elevation, I think it was, okay.
It's fine.
Okay.
My main question, my purpose of my questioning is because in my expertise, this is essentially subdividing and creating some sprawl, right? These are really large lots that you're creating, and around here, you're starting to get some smaller lots kind of building up a little bit. And I just wonder if there's a better, so that's number one. Number two, as a transportation planner, you never want to have access, ingress and egress off of a state road. It's not safe, and I would be really concerned about continuing to put individual ingress and egress access on a state road. What I would like to see, and I know that this is kind of what you're trying to not do, right, is to do a proper subdivision here and really plat this out so that you can utilize the land and maybe make it better suited instead of just cutting it into 4 pieces and then having everybody access the state road. So anyway, I'll get into my comments later, but I'm just questioning whether or not the land could support a different subdivision of the land to limit access onto the state road.
Ms. Bush, I think what staff had identified is that this particular rezoning is most appropriate for a transition between urban and rural to the north. There has been some subdivisions, some more intense subdivisions to the south. There's trailer parks, there's R3 zoning and things of that sort, but once you cross 15A, it gets pretty urban. And I mean pretty rural in terms of large tracts of land and so forth. So I think staff felt that this was appropriate, not only as A3, but also even more so as a A4 zoning, because we increase the lot sizes and offer a better transition between the rural and the urban transition.
Yep.
Okay.
And Ms. Bush, if I can clarify, that section of Spring Garden Road is actually county maintained. North of US 17, it becomes county maintenance.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
I mean, my comment's still valid regardless, state road or not, right? You want to limit that access onto a facility that could be widened, right, in the future, or could have impacts, because there is significant density south and also to the east. Well, not significant, but there is more density to the east. So, all right, thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant? We do have a public participation form.
Sure.
I'll give you a chance for rebuttal.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Cindy Jones? Okay. All right. Well, then we'll close the floor for public participation, open up for commission discussion or a motion.
I'll make a motion, Mr. Chair. Case Z26-081, that we forward the rezoning application to the County Council for final action with a recommendation of approval.
Second.
I've got a motion on the floor for Mr. Costa to forward the rezoning application, case number Z26081, to the County Council for final action with a recommendation of approval. And a second for Mr. Sixma. Any discussion on the motion? Ms. Bush?
I disagree with staff that I do feel like there could have been, I think, a better way to slice up this parcel and rezone it in a way that doesn't.
I'm sorry,
have,
Ms. Bush, you mind getting a little closer?
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll start over. I do not agree with the evidence presented in the staff report, more specifically to some of the issues and changes in Section 5 and in Section 8, public health, welfare, and safety. I've indicated that, having access, building a subdivision like you are, splitting it up one lot into 4, and then pushing all of those vehicles onto a county road, state county road, is just not good planning practice, right? In order to, I'm almost thinking that this could have been an opportunity to do a conservation type subdivision to really kind of maximize the density and the opportunity that you have for development in an area where it doesn't impact flood considerations on the property and the influx in water to Lake Mamie. And so for those reasons, I am not in favor of this rezoning at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. I, on the other hand, agree with staff because I believe the transitional zoning is actually a good thing in this situation here, and especially when the option would be to increase the densities. So I'm definitely in favor for this zoning request. Any other comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1.
Thank you very much.
Our next case.
PUD, yep. Should I read these together? The PUD and the CPA?
No.
No? The last two.
24005 is standalone.
Okay. All right, PUD-24-005, application of Mark Watts, Cobb Cole Attorneys at Law, for D.R. Horton and England Times and Miller Inc., agents for the owner, Keiko Southern LLC, requesting a rezoning from transitional agricultural A3 and urban single-family R4 zoning classifications to a planned unit development, PUD.
Ms. Ray, this one's yours.
Hello. So the applicant is proposing a planned unit development rezoning for a combined 52.85 acre site in the DeLand area for the development of 147 single-family residential units and 1 commercial use. The project consists of 5 parcels approximately a quarter mile west of the intersection of State Road 44 and South Kepler Road. The surrounding uses to the north are mostly undeveloped, with general commercial B4 and PUD zoning classification. The PUD that was previously known as Redstone is now referred to as East DeLand Marketplace, which was approved in 2024 and is mixed-use development. To the south, east, and west, it's mixed jurisdiction between unincorporated Volusia County and the city of DeLand, and are either undeveloped or developed with single-family residences. The City of DeLand's planning staff reviewed the project and stated that the portion of the property that is located on State Road 44 is within the city's redevelopment gateway corridor that incurs enhanced landscaping and signage requirements. The proposed landscape buffers meet DeLand's and county's requirements. The property is also located within the transit-oriented development and the urban core areas of the DeLand 2050 vision plan, where growth is intended to take place and encourage higher density and mixture of uses. The PUD is proposed to be developed in 2 phases. Phase 1 includes the 147 detached single-family dwelling units, and Phase 2 includes the commercial portion along State Road 44. The commercial use includes 13 possible neighborhood convenience uses that are listed within the development agreement. There is currently no plans for the commercial portion. However, no single permitted use listed shall exceed 5,000 square feet, with no single structure to exceed 8,500 square feet, in accordance with the urban low-intensity future land use and the neighborhood convenience definition within the comprehensive plan. The site will be required to provide 7.33 acres of common open space, and the applicants have proposed 7.61 acres of common open space. The proposed development could generate approximately 1,802 daily trips and 147 p.m. peak hour trips. Due to the project's trip generation, a traffic impact analysis was required. County's traffic engineering reviewed the TIA and was approved on June 1st of 2026. However, before the commercial portion is developed, the applicant will be required to submit an intersection analysis to traffic engineering for review. Staff's recommendation is to forward the rezoning to County Council with the recommendation of approval. I do also want to note that we did receive 5 letters of opposition. I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Ray. Any questions for staff? Mr. Costa.
I can't, the font is too small for me to read. Are these homes or townhomes on the site plan?
They're homes. They're single-family
Single-family detached?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
they were originally, came in as townhomes, but it's now just single-family detached.
Single detached, okay.
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, could I get the applicant to come forward, please? Good morning, Mr. Watts. Name and address for the record.
Yes, sir. For the record, Mark Watts with the law firm of Cobb Cole, 231 North Woodland Boulevard, DeLand, and I can just say good morning still.
Yes, sir.
So I've got a couple slides I want to walk you through, actually on
There's the wrong one.
the prior one. You got the other one coming up. As you can tell from the case number, this one's been around for a little bit. We've been working through a number of different issues on the technical side with both county, city review going on with this, and also a lot of review and coordination with DOT, which I'll get to in a little bit as we talk through some of the slides that I've got for you. So let me walk through this initially, and then I'll have a couple comments at the end. We have seen some of the correspondence that came in, and I'll just note there's a number of things in the correspondence that relate to some of the technical details and design details that ultimately come at the preliminary plat phase for the design of things like stormwater systems and everything else. We have some information that we'll show you here. We also have scheduled a meeting with some of the neighbors that reached out. We're meeting with them next Thursday to kind of sit down and go through some of their questions in more detail as well. So just keep that in your mind as we're kind of walking through this. We do have that meeting scheduled to sit down and go through some of the questions in detail. And I know there's a number of them that are here this morning as well. So just to give you kind of the existing lay of the land, you saw these maps from your staff report. The northern portion of the site, you've got R4 zoning. You've got A3 on the southern portion of the site that you see in green. The interesting thing that I always kind of look at when you're kind of going back and looking at where the existing zoning and things like that is how long has it been there? In this case, the zoning has really been in place since our original zoning maps were adopted. And so let me put that in context for you. In this area, when this zoning was adopted, the zoning that's in place currently, Kepler Road was dirt south of 44 and stopped at Eau Claire. It didn't continue further south. So the development of Martin Luther King Boulevard all the way down to 472, the development of Victoria Park, development of all of the housing and subdivisions that have proceeded over the planning that's occurred in the past 35, 36 years. This zoning has not been updated to reflect kind of those changes in circumstances in the area. So I think that's, obviously a relevant point when you're looking at some of the, the character of the change that we're asking for here. So what you did have in place, going back to the original adoption of the comprehensive plan and the original land use, is the ULI's land use classification. Now, if you look at ULI, again, from the adoption of the comp plan in the late 1990s, or the most recent revisions to it, there's been an intent that this would be an urban area eventually as growth continued to occur in Volusia County and in the areas adjacent to the city of DeLand. So what we're proposing is to rezone the urban land or urban low intensity land use classification. We're not asking to change that. We are asking to rezone the property to PUD. And at the end of the day, we've got some commercial in here. I'll talk to you a little bit about the layout and how I think some of this all ties together out there with the other things that have happened over the past number of years. But we're providing something that's a little bit different. We'll talk about that as we get into the discussion of some of the specific types of units that are being proposed here. So I always like to kind of look at this because not every community does this. And I will say, just for the board's edification, one of the reasons you're seeing this instead of this property being annexed into the city of DeLand for this process is because we have an enclave issue. If we were to annex this property, we would create an enclave, which is impermissible. And so the applications have been submitted to the county, but have also been reviewed by the city of DeLand, and you'll hear me talk a lot about the long-range planning that DeLand has done historically, and that's what this map right here is. So let me talk about DeLand's planning and how it's kind of evolved over the years. The total area that you see colored within this map is what's known as the greater DeLand area. DeLand's fairly unique in that in 1973, the state legislature adopted a special act that said this is the area of influence, essentially, that the city of DeLand ultimately will exercise over the area that surrounds it. In other words, as the city grows and as the utility infrastructure grows and things of that nature, this is the area that was identified beginning in 1973 as the growth area for the city of DeLand. Now, DeLand doesn't have a desire to grow out to the full boundaries there. In fact, we've talked to DeLand at various times about some of those areas that are in the light yellow that you see here, and they say, we're perfectly fine with those things staying exactly as they are right now. In fact, if you look at what this map is, this is the updated map from the DeLand 2050 plan. So DeLand has undertaken this effort twice. In 2009, the original DeLand 2050 plan was reviewed and it went through a number of different workshops over a year or so, and they identified kind of how we want to continue to grow as a community in the greater DeLand area. That was also updated in 2024, so this is the most recent map from that 2024 update. But the colors that are here are the key. So if you look at that orange or kind of darker mustard color, let's call it, that's the area that DeLand has identified as the growth area. That's where increases in densities, diversification of housing, encouragement of things like transit and things of that nature, that's the area where DeLand has focused its intent and investment in infrastructure for growth for the community. And if you'll see the little green star there that's on the kind of right-hand side, that's the location of this property. Now, the staff report also mentioned that DeLand indicated this is a TOD corridor. We don't see a whole lot of buses going back and forth in DeLand at this point in time, but what their 2050 plan tries to look forward to is, if we continue to grow according to how this plan is laid out, where do we need to preserve those corridors for things like transit and everything else to develop? And so if you see how 44, 1792 kind of have that peach color or that pink color in this map, those are those corridors that the city has set aside for the development of some of that transit, and it actually goes out and ties into the Sunrail station out at on the west side of town as well. Okay, so just to kind of talk about how that plan has been implemented over the past number of years, this is actually a slide that I put together a couple of years ago when we were working on the Redstone PUD, the commercial PUD on the corner. But this gives you an idea of the things that have occurred in this section of the community over the past number of years. You have the Crestwind development out closer to the interstate, Summit Place townhomes out over by the Daytona State College campus, Lakewood Park, Victoria Reserve, Trinity Gardens. Those are all kind of within the Martin Luther King Boulevard corridor, or, and I'll talk about this in a little bit more in a second, the emerging Beersford Extension corridor. Beersford Extension is actually a road that the county and the city have had on the books as a planned, kind of primary thoroughfare connecting road that provides relief to State Road 44 since 1996. We actually were able to move forward and finally complete the connection of the corridor in partnership with the county, in partnership with the school board and the city about 5 or 6 years ago, and I'll talk a little bit about where that currently sits. But you can kind of see the white star in the center is the project that's in front of you today, and it's within that cluster of areas where the city is following its 2050 plan and focusing that future growth. So here's the general overall layout. We're around 50, I think it was 57 acres total on the site. We've got 147 units. So if you look at it from a ULI density perspective, it comes in somewhere around 70% or so of that maximum density. So we're not proposing to come in and maximize it. But there's a couple of key features that I wanted to point out with regard to how we approached planning for this site. And you'll see it a little bit more as you go through the process and we look at some of the topo maps and things of that nature. But the key thing here, and it's something we did on the Redstone PUD to the north as well, we've talked a lot over the past number of years, not only in Volusia County generally, but in DeLand, in this particular part of DeLand, about flooding. And how do we plan to make sure that we're not creating additional issues with regard to flooding? One of the most important things that we've identified is that if you see this area here, we don't have the same power line runs along the eastern side of this property. The portion of the property that is east of that power line easement is a really regionally significant drainage pathway. That water, that wetland system goes all the way down and connects over to where Victoria Reserve is. It connects to Trinity Gardens, and you'll see a little bit more of this in context in a minute. But it continues to go up to the north. It goes under State Road 44. It goes up through the chain of lakes with Lake Talmadge and Blue Lake and everything else. It comes up to Miller Lake, up next to 1792 ISB. Goes under that, goes along the canal that's on the east side of the airport, and connects up ultimately into the Haw Creek system that goes up into Flagler County and empties out through Pellicer Creek into the intercoastal. So this water actually from here connects to the Atlantic Ocean. And so the first thing we did was, okay, we're going to put that in conservation, and we're going to dedicate that portion of the property to the county that is part of this footprint to the county as a conservation easement so that that can be maintained. And then we focused on kind of designing the stormwater system to tie into that and clustering the proposed development footprint kind of away from that, and we'll go into that in a little bit more detail in the next couple slides. This is one of the things, and Mr. Costa, you asked the question, are these townhomes? We did initially come in and ask, and propose that this would be, kind of more townhomes. What we have found from a marketplace standpoint in the past couple years is that this cottage product, or actually, I went back just to my 1:30 meeting today, if we make it, is for the Summit Place townhome project. We're actually going in that one, and it's 300 townhomes is what the land originally approved, and we're converting 114 of those to 90 cottages instead, because there's just a emerging preference for this kind of small single-family style, housing as well. So, and I thought that the numbers on this were pretty interesting. So we've got kind of the standard single-family 50-foot lots that are proposed as a portion of the overall property. But then we've got these 30-foot cottage lots that are also being proposed. And I thought the number was great, 85% of which, in similar communities are selling to first-time home buyers. So you can see the kind of some of the information that was provided by the home builder here with regard to these particular types of units. 85% first-time home buyers, 40 affordability with regard to those housing types. 41% of those buyers at or around the median income for this community, for this area. So I thought those were some important points to raise. And then I wanted to put it a little bit more into context because I talk about, kind of the stars on the map, but this is Trinity Gardens. This is the proposed Everly Park development as it connects to and is adjacent to Trinity Gardens, which is an existing project that is under construction currently in the city of DeLand. You may, if you've heard kind of some of the prior discussions about this was actually, Trinity Gardens was one of the first projects that really implemented a lot of the LID standards before we had technical LID ordinances, either in DeLand or in the county. But one of the things that you'll note here, if you're in your staff report, you see we have got a road connection to Voris. We've got an emergency access only onto Siesta, but we've also laid this out so that as these roads to the south develop, we can also tie into that road system. There's a community development district that's been formed for the Trinity project. Excuse me, I got something in my eye. And particularly down on the southeast corner here, those roads aren't there and dedicated yet, so we don't have the ability to say we have road connections to the south. But I think this illustrates that we've tried to lay things out so that you've got the possibility for that connection. We've got some ability when we're in plat to adjust that area on the on the western edge of our property as well in the project to tie into the road network that's over there to the west as well. So we've got a couple of other potential connection points as long as the timing of those plats corresponds and as long as they don't relocate kind of where their roads are as we move forward, and we can kind of make the adjustments to continue to tie those things through. And that's your PUD development agreement language contemplates those types of adjustments and gives us the flexibility to work through that as we get into the overall plat. From a density standpoint, I also just wanted to point out, since the 90s, the Oaks mobile home community is also over adjacent just to the west. And so, kind of that cluster of smaller, cottage lots in that area really kind of ties into what you have over there with the Oaks community as well from a density standpoint. This gives you a little bit more of a zoomed out view. You can see some of the other development that's occurred, but this also gives you a really good view of the Beersford Avenue extension. So when Trinity Gardens first started, I just kind of want to point this out, Beersford Avenue did not exist when that project was originally approved. That was one of the key things that we worked with the city and the county on to, collaboratively build that roadway. I think that whole road has been broken into about 4 sections. 2 have been built by the county, 2 have been built by developers or, as projects have moved forward. So on the southern end of Trinity Gardens, you can see the roundabout, if you can see that kind of on the far left-hand side of the picture. That's Blue Lake. That's where Beersford stopped up until about 5 years ago. I'm sorry, I think Beersford's been open for about a year now.
Depends on which Beersford you're talking about.
The one at the roundabout at Blue Lake.
I don't know, I take it every day, but it's fun.
Yeah. So that connection is kind of relatively recent, but you've got the roundabout there that comes all the way over and connects to the MLK Beltway now. The extension east of MLK has been completed over to where the Lakewood Park north-south connection is, and the corridor for the connection over to Summit has been dedicated by both the Lakewood Park property owner and the Volusia County School Board. So you've got that full road corridor now that's in place and dedicated, and has been part of the planning that we've collaboratively worked with all the agencies and the landowners on for a number of years now. That will actually tie Beersford directly into the light at 44 and Summit will actually pull back and intersect with Beersford in the future. So Beersford will be the main connection to 44 up in that location. But the significant thing is, when you were really planning growth well, you have the growth follow where the infrastructure investment is. And if you've been in this area, kind of over the past number of years, 44 has been reconstructed from Hill to I-4 over the past 3 years. We've had the Beersford connection almost completely done. That's, I think the last piece has been fully engineered and designed, and I believe they were accepting bids recently on that and opening that up to start construction. The City of DeLand is installing utilities along that 44 corridor. Those are going to serve not only this project, but also the commercial corner that's been approved at 44 and Kepler as well with that Redstone PUD project. So this is kind of continuing that theme of focusing the building and development within the area we're planning for it, and within the area that we've invested our infrastructure dollars in. So I mentioned, kind of early on, stormwater we know is one of those very important things, but I thought this was a great map in your staff report, because if you look at our layout with the majority of that development occurring on the southern portion of the property, it's the high contour portion of the property. So this shows kind of the general LIDAR, elevation lines, and you can see that kind of drop off as you get up closer to 44, and that drop off is more significant over to the eastern side of the property, where you've got the power line easement and the area going into conservation to preserve that regional drainage kind of feature there. We went a little bit further. This we kind of put together just to give you some ideas on that. Those big ponds always, I think, since we've had those flooding concerns, have, tend to give people pause. So one of the things that I think this map is particularly good at showing, if you look at where that elevation 70 is, the design, and again, these are preliminary designs because we're not fully into construction designs yet, but that 70-foot contour, which is the existing contour line, goes all the way up to 44, or all the way up to Voris, along where the majority of our neighboring property owners are. And that's the top of bank for the pond design. If you look at the other notes there, the normal water elevation within the pond would be 66 feet, which is below that elevation on the property to our north. And you see that there's a little bit of a fall from 70 to 65 as you move to the east there. The outfall for the pond is designed to come out off that eastern side, go into an existing wetland system that's being preserved, and then flow into that regional, kind of north-south flowway for stormwater. So we tried to look at that from the very beginning to make sure that it was being designed, appropriately and correctly. The other thing I'll just mention, traffic, we always, kind of hear concerns about, in particular because of how our intersections are here. We've got, 44 and Voris come together with a merge lane. That ties into where our 2 driveways are. So there was a lot of discussion between the county and DOT and our clients with regard to that overall, how that was going to work. So we went a step beyond what you typically are required to do at this point in time in providing kind of the zoning level of TIA analysis. We actually have done a full operational analysis that also not only identifies that we can function within existing parameters and what our prop share liability would be, which if I remember correctly, it's somewhere in the $850,000 range. So, once that is finally reviewed and approved and signed by the county. But your staff has gone through and reviewed all of that data and analysis in partnership with DOT and has approved that TIA as meeting the TPO guidelines. So I said a lot. I'll stop there. I will say, and Ms. Bush, this is in part just an opportunity I wanted to point out here, because Mike Woods, one of my partners, and I have done a lot of coordinating with some of the projects that have occurred along this corridor, and Trinity picked up some of the planning that the city and the county were doing for pedestrian networks as well, and is bringing the multi-use trail along Beersford out to MLK, and then the county and the city have the what's the new preserve property south of Lakewood Park. There's 126 acres that the county and the city have purchased for conservation, and we're tying all these trail systems together to get from the downtown park, Earl Brown Park, all the way out to, I want to say it's Miller Lake, but it's not right. Yeah, I think it's the other Miller Lake, Lake Moore. So it ties into the Lake Moore Preserve. I think there's an opportunity here, and this is something where the county and the city may be able to work together on this, because it's easier a lot of times to work with utilities if you're a government. But if you'll note, from that trail system that's in Trinity Gardens, you've got a utility connection, a utility corridor that goes all the way up to 44, which is going to be where the commercial area is under the Redstone PUD. And so I think there's also an opportunity to kind of tie the pedestrian corridor together throughout this whole area as we're kind of wrapping up the planning. So with that, I'll stop. I know there's some folks that have some questions here as well. And I know you may have some questions. We have our whole engineering team and our traffic team back here if you've got any questions that I can bring them up for. And again, just to reiterate, we know that there were some specific questions that came up in some of the emails that staff shared with us, and have set that follow-up meeting to talk to them about that.
Does this have a reclamation pond on it? A reclamation pond? I see your stormwater. Does it have a reclamation?
I'm going to bring Chris Warshaw up from ETM.
Okay.
He's our project engineer and is much more qualified to answer that question. Use name and address.
Chris Warshaw with England Timms and Miller, 1411 Edgewater Drive, Orlando, Florida, 32804. The pond that we have shown on there, can you just repeat your question, make sure I hear it correct?
A reclamation pond for reclaimed water.
Right now, that pond is not designed to accept reclaimed water. Certainly, reclaimed water would be used for irrigation purposes, but we would not be dumping reclaimed water into that pond. It is strictly a stormwater pond.
Okay, so you don't have a consumption permit from the city of DeLand yet on this?
There would be no need for any sort of consumption use permit, because we would not be extracting any water out of the aquifer for our use. So
You'd be getting it from the city of DeLand, though, would you not?
we'll be getting utilities from the city demand. So when you,
And they
if
require
I'm understanding correctly,
consumption
the
permit.
term consumptive references in normally a consumptive use permit, which is extracting water from the aquifer.
No, I'm
we are
talking
not
about a
doing that.
consumption permit from the city of DeLand.
We, as part of our engineering permit process, we will be getting our permits and our usage permits from the city of DeLand for utilities.
Because some of the consumption permits, as you know, Mark, require them to take back a certain amount of reclaimed water during high rain events. My question is, where is the reclaimed water going during high rain events if it's not coming back to this site?
So generally, when I think there's multiple things here, so I'm going to try and answer it as succinctly as possible. A utility has to worry about where the reclaim is going when they pull their consumptive use permits as part of their ability to manage and operate a utility.
Correct.
Part of that, how do they manage the reclaim, is by making sure that new development, when it comes online, has a spot to put that reclaimed water. So that'd be the irrigation usage that we would use for.
Exactly.
There's a it's very complicated and it's very highly regulated to just take that water, that reclaimed water, and to dump it into a pond, especially as it goes into a stormwater pond, because it's no longer considered reclaim at that point. It's now considered water and it's considered a discharge. So that's a normal process that a utility would go through when they're managing that system. But for a residential subdivision such as this, we would generate the waste. It gets taken to the wastewater treatment plant. It comes back to us in the form of reclaimed water. That's put out in the land as irrigation.
Mhm.
If the city has additional storage needs for excess reclaim that they may have, then that would be dealt with, something that they would normally deal with from kind of their overall plant setup and operations. They may reach out to different landowners and say, hey, you have a large pond, can we dump our reclaim in there? That's a completely different permitting process that is outside of what we would normally do on a residential subdivision.
Well, and if I can just add to that, I think part of the difficulty in fully answering that question is we haven't designed the full site yet. So the full design of utility connections and how those are going to function and everything else would typically be handled through that preliminary plat and construction plan process, which is the next step after we decide what are we planning for based on the zoning.
Yeah. I've always said that part of the flooding problems that we've occurred has been being that the water being brought up from the development has to go back somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
So they bring it into the area back in some areas more than what they're actually producing. I mean, actually taken out from the utility. The utility's a requirement to take more back.
Right.
So what we end up having is, I've always contend that we'd create a false water table.
Sure, because you're creating that
not
bubble or
enough,
that lens
there you go,
as you're
yes.
recharging.
So my question is, and I didn't see a reclaimed pond on here, is there going to be one, number one? And if not, where's that reclaim going? And I know you can't answer that because that's utility.
Right.
And so until the utilities get this under control, because you can't do any open water distribution anymore,
Mm-hmm.
you've got to use it as reclaim. And a lot of the older city parts does not have these reclaim ponds. That's why they're talking about, injecting it. Okay.
Right.
And my question to you is, if this doesn't have a reclaim, or do you know if it does? Is it going to have one?
So if reclaimed is in the area, we're required legally to connect to it. So both by Florida law, and by the city's regulations, we would be required to extend reclaimed onto the site, just based on their existing regulations for irrigation purposes. And I don't know if you've gotten into that level of detail.
I'm talking about
yet, Chris.
storage more than bringing it back.
Storage, we have not had any conversation with the city of DeLand about whether there would be storage on site. But, I certainly understand the concern that you're addressing.
Well, because to the south of this location here, we've had issues with the flooding
Correct.
and bringing it on. As a matter of fact, they've addressed it, trying to take some out of a lot of it eventually will end up in Lake Moore.
Yeah.
And so my question is, I just don't want to add to that problem.
Agreed.
That we're trying to resolve.
And I think what we're seeing, Mr. Chairman, is that as there's been a development of understanding of what has created some of the problems down to the south, that the jurisdictions are working actively to avoid recreating those same problems. So, for example, where you had a lot of those ponds down in Victoria Park, where you had reclaimed that was put back into the stormwater ponds, that led to some of the the complications, some of the reductions in storage volume, some of that artificial water table issue. That has been something that they've been moving away from since that issue has been raised.
Right. I just don't want to add to the.
But I think that is certainly something that we can note moving forward, that we need to keep in mind as we're working with the city and the county on the design of the utility systems.
Yeah, because this, as you said, and previously, they were always said that and I've always contended this, is that right there's an under drain right there.
Mm-hmm.
On Vorse and 44,
Mm-hmm.
and it goes through that chain of lakes.
Right.
If we disrupt that,
right,
then everything backs up.
Correct.
It's got to get out of here somewhere.
Yeah, and that's why I think what you've seen both the county staff request and us work with them on, representing private property owners, is preservation of that corridor. You can trace that slough that runs along the east, kind of off the top of the east side of the DeLand Ridge, down the east side of this property, because that's where a lot of that contour drops down to
Yes,
44.
it is.
So that's the area of the property that we control that is going into conservation. And if you look at the Trinity Gardens plan to the south, we also worked with them to take on that same approach with Trinity Gardens, so that instead of having any disruption there, we've tried to focus on maintaining that corridor so all of that water continues to flow north into the chain of lakes.
And I will say that this property here has been a filled area. At one time, it was the uplands for that wetlands right there. And that property's been filled in right there where the Vorse and 44 connection is made.
There's a lot of area, that whole 44 corridor coming across that that marshy area right there, kind of as you come off the hill from Kepler, from the roundabout. If you're coming
Right.
down, it goes down. You can see where all that kind of historic marshy area was.
Right.
That was really disrupted when 44 was constructed and kind of created a little bit of a dam through that area. What you have is most of that's been pushed over to the east, and that's the area we're trying to make sure we don't repeat that issue again. We're trying to make sure that area stays in conservation for the benefit of kind of the whole regional drainage interest.
All right. And the other question I had, you said 70% of coverage. Is that, what's the actual formula for density on this?
So density under ULI, you're a maximum of, it's 4 units an acre is the maximum permitted density. We're just under 3 units an acre with the density that's been proposed.
With the density, okay, that's
Yep.
what I wanted to ask.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So we're just under 3 units. I think it was like 2.86 or 2.89 when I ran the numbers, and I think we all agreed in our staff report as well.
Okay. 3 units per acre usually can handle the water that would come out of that on the residential
Yep.
side. I just don't want you to end up having to take more water back than what
Sure.
you're producing.
Yeah, understood.
And I also don't want you to put your water somewhere else where it causes a problem.
Yeah, understood.
That's basically where I'm at with this.
Yep.
And I think once we address those issues, we'll probably resolve a lot of our flooding issues.
Agree. And, I think that's one of the things. It's certainly hard to look back at what has occurred and say, be confident in how we're fixing it now. We've learned, and I think staff has done a good job of quantifying, understanding where the flow is and how to try and work through it. And that's what you see a lot of these projects coming forward now reflect that.
Because a lot of the storm, people, they put a big influence on stormwater, but it's also your reclaimed water. Water's water, no matter if it comes from the sky or if they're bringing it back on irrigation or whatever. Right. So anyway, I just want to make sure we address those issues.
Yes, sir.
So we don't cause more of a problem, that's all.
Okay.
How are you, have you decided what you're going to do at that Forest and 44 intersection there? Because that does during peak periods, or before the roundabout went in, we did have a backup right there all the way to that curve.
So with regard to where the connection is to Voris currently?
Yeah, where the connection with Voris and 44 come together.
So yes, we've had that fully reviewed, not only from a zoning standpoint, but again, the operational review. Charlotte Davidson with TMC is here, and she can talk about that in specific detail if you'd like. One of the things I will say, we have modeled it based on that being the only connection with the emergency access point, but we've also planned for the connection to those other future roads that don't currently exist. So the idea here is that while that's the only connection that we can plan for now because those other roads don't exist, the ultimate intent is you really kind of create a little bit more of a grid network where you've got options to go to multiple thoroughfares from within the development. So you can go to the south and get to Beersford, you can go to the north and get onto 44. So, and that takes some pressure.
But you've definitely taken into consideration of the
Yes, sir.
the proposed developments that haven't been fully developed out yet.
We're required to include any development that's been approved is in the vested background in our traffic modeling. So we have to include those trips as though they exist now.
Got it.
And that would include also the commercial development that's been approved at the corner. So that's
you want to start stacking them up and then they all hit at the same time.
Right. Now we have to factor all of that in under the TPO guidelines to the TIA.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for the applicant? Ms. Bush.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon. I can say that now officially.
Good afternoon.
It's 19 minutes past. Okay. So I'm going to leave my comments for later. My question, is the preservation area considered a part of your common open space, or is it just the common open space that's considered the common open space?
We have to have the way that common open space, and I don't think our planners.
I can help with that one.
I'm going to give it to Chris.
The short answer to your question is no.
Okay.
It is not included in our common open space. That is preservation. Common open space is within the residential portion of the neighborhood.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah, and under the county's regulations, common open space has to have passive or active recreational facilities as well. So it can't just be a green space, it has to be accessible, if you will.
Understood.
Yep.
Cool. My next question, and then I'll save some of my comments for later, does the trail show me where the trail goes? Because I really struggled to figure out where the amenities are of this project. I was trying really hard to figure out where some of those amenities exist and how the access of the different residents and kind of your different sections of your plan.
Yeah, certainly.
How would they access this? These amenities that you might have.
For right now, the plan just shows green spaces. We've identified some potential amenities that we're going to have. So within the green spaces we're going to have, there will be the amenities that will be placed in that'll come through as we go through the more detailed final engineering.
Okay.
So there's not a lot shown on the plan now,
Sure.
but to your question about the trail, specifically, Stephen, I don't know when we made the first application on this, but it's been probably a couple years, 2 years ago. And one of the key things that staff forced us to do was that we had to get an agreement from the power company to put the trail in there before they would allow this to move forward. So where's our trail? The trail is as cleanly as possible, and I'm going to step away from the microphone here, so I'm just going to point. The trail will continue along this road here. We have interconnected points getting into the center green space. It's not currently shown on the plan, but it will be there. The key points here, we will have a trail that connects along here. We will have a walkway around the stormwater pond, and that trail connects out through here, and it connects through the power easement, through the agreement we already have with the power company. And then now we'll continue up here to this green space, and we'll find a way to activate that green space as we come in with more detailed plans.
Okay. Thank you. That's all my questions for now.
And I think that's one of the other reasons why I thought there's an opportunity here to kind of maybe complete that and take it down to Beersford through Trinity at some point in time, because I think that's a connection that makes sense and expands that pedestrian network.
Last question real quick. Does that trail system intend to connect to the southern development? And I apologize, you named it, but
Trinity. They don't have it in theirs yet, so we haven't planned it to the south yet.
Okay. Is that something that could be feasible?
I think as long as we have the appropriate agreements in place with the power company, you know, to cover that extent.
Understood. And who is is it FPL? Or is
It's
it
Duke here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Ms. Craig?
I'm a little concerned about intensity and the impact, but one of the things that jumped out at me along that line had to do with the school systems.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you brought up some new information, which is very interesting, that 85% of the homeowners are expected to be first-time homeowners.
Correct.
I would assume that to be young families with children. And yet in here, it talks about, page 7, only 29 additional students. And I'm wondering how you came up with that number in light of 147 single-family units, with 85% of them being first-time home buyers.
So we don't come up with those numbers. What we're required to do, and we're required to do it 2 times as we work through the development process. So this is the first time. What we're required to do is tell the school district and apply to the school district for the letter that you see in the staff report. We tell them this is the mix of types of housing that we're proposing and the number, and they do the calculation for what they expect the student population to be based on the number of housing units that are created. So those are the school district's numbers that are created, and then they tell us whether or not they have capacity based on that anticipated number of students. So this is the first time we check in with them. The first time that we ask that question. We're required to ask that question again before you can actually construct anything. So the letter that is in the staff report now is what's required at the zoning stage. When you get to the preliminary plat stage, we have to go back to the school district and ask them for a capacity certificate that actually vests the number of school students, desks that we're going to generate for the project. And if they don't have capacity at that time, then they tell us we don't have capacity, we can't get that certificate, so we can't get an approved plat to build the project at that point in time until we come up with a mitigation agreement with the school district for for that deficiency. That can be, prepayment of impact fees. It can be a lot of different things. It can be dedication of land, things of that nature. So we don't create those numbers. We don't calculate the numbers that are there. Those are calculated by the school district based on the number of proposed houses that are in the plan. The other thing that I'll note is that Volusia County Schools has actually been experiencing a decline more recently in recent years in their student population. And so there's been a trend of some declining enrollment. So in general, from a capacity standpoint, they're in charge of telling us whether we have capacity to serve this, and they've confirmed at this point, yes. And then, as we continue through the process, we have to keep checking in to make sure that remains true.
Has that decline in school, the student bodies, been consistent on the west side of the county, or is it?
I'm sorry, Ms. Craig, can you get a little closer to the mic, please?
Is the decline in student population lower in the west part of the county as well as the east part, or is it primarily the east part that's declining?
I don't know. I think there is likely some variability depending on which part of the county that you're in. So I can't answer that directly. The school district, would have to answer that question when we go back to them. What the district says typically in response to it is if they have capacity, they may change boundaries, for attendance and everything else to match up with where their capacity is. So, to account for whether the capacity is, in Southwest Volusia versus Central West Volusia versus Northwest Volusia, they may shift their attendance boundaries for where the students go to school, based on some of those factors. So, but that's really information that we have to coordinate with the school district and have them answer when we get to that point. So, yes, ma'am.
You guys have touched a little bit on elevation on the east side of this property, but on the west side where the Siesta Drive is, what are we looking at for elevation comparable to the adjacent property owner?
Yeah, so sometimes I create a map and I think it's going to look great, and then it shows up on a screen like this, and it's just not as clear. The topography from the entire kind of middle of the site going north and east kind of generally falls from the south and the west to the north and the east. So
Correct.
If you were to say historically, the discussion we had about this being more of historical kind of a slough and a wetland system, it was all falling
that way
towards that area. The intent that we've gotten, it's why we've designed kind of larger green spaces behind these lots, is such that we can collect that water behind our lots, behind those other houses, and make sure that we can route that around to our pond as needed. As Mark had mentioned earlier, we've got the ability where our pond is actually the lowest part of our property. And so therefore we can hold our pond lower than those houses that are out there. And so as long as we can route that around, we will essentially cut that flow from going into the back of those people's houses and route it to our pond, collect, treat, manage it, and then discharge it out.
What I'm looking at more so than that is the fact that you've got an adjacent development with the roof lines of the adjacent property owners at ground level.
Mm-hmm.
And there's been a lot of discussion on that as far as, and the flow you're talking about all goes that way. It goes from them too. And are we blocking that off with the elevation of your development? That's my question.
as we move through the preliminary plat process, we will be working hand in hand with the county engineer, with the St. Johns River Water Management District, with FEMA, and all three of those regulatory agencies will force us to show that we have compliance, that we are not increasing any runoff to an adjacent property owner. And so from that perspective, that's our test. That's how we will be graded throughout that engineering process, and then also through the construction. The site does have, the west is higher than the east, and so that naturally will continue to fall. As I mentioned, that's why we've actually given ourselves the extra room to know that we will have to work with that, and so we've got the ability to collect as all that water coming off of our generated off our roads, our households, collect it, route it around, take it to our pond, manage it, treat it before it ultimately discharges, as opposed to kind of just letting it just we're not going to have in this situation is we're sitting up on a hill and everyone's looking up at the hill and the water's coming down the hill. We will have the ability to collect it and make sure that it's managed and treated in the proper way.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is you to the adjacent property owner, to the ones to the west and the ones to the south. The elevation where this project meets their property or roadway, is it going to be substantially higher? Because we have seen that some that have been 3 to 4 foot higher in elevation. This adjacent property owner is lower because it puts them down here, and then the
yeah, I understand your question now. The adjacent properties are certainly higher than us as they are right now, to the west and to the south.
That was my question.
And so that we will have to make sure we manage their stormwater as it enters our site, so that we don't just cut it off. And so that'll be, again, there's we got the buffers back there. We'll work through that. We'll make sure that we've manage it as needed, so we don't flood out our property and also block their property from being able to continue their historical drainage patterns.
Because this is some of the concerns of the adjacent property owners. They're going to speak, and I'll give you a chance for rebuttal after the fact. But
certainly appreciate the time. Thank you.
All right, we do have some public participation forms. We'll start out with Alicia Hansen. Good afternoon. I'll get your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Alicia Hansen. I live at 102 Siesta Court in DeLand, which is right smack in the middle of the new proposed development. Basically, I did not have going in front of the Volusia County council meeting on my 2026 bingo card, so here I am. I just want to say first that I'm not anti-development. I work in this industry. Usually I'm on the other end asking for signage variances and things along that line, so that's where I play typically. My concern with this is basically that I live at what I would call the low spot that you were just referring to. My house is at the corner of Siesta and Volusia, and so I am that low spot. There is a drain right next to my property. During storms and heavy rain, that has filled, and my front yard and house has gotten tons of water. So my concern is that with the new Redstone property across the road and this property, I know on the maps, they're saying that when I look up the hill, what I see is a hill with a whole lot of houses coming. And I feel that our house is endangered from all the drainage. And I'm not asking for necessarily the property to not be developed or any of that. I understand those things need to happen. What I'm asking for is that you take into consideration that we live there. already, and we are residents, and that we do not want to be flooded out. And I just learned from Emily today that states routes, that would be an entrance that would be created on a state highway, and there would be all those 147 residences exiting and entering right there onto a really bad intersection that already exists. I've had multiple accidents in my front yard and been the 911 call for those people, and honestly, I'm probably going to be like the other guy asking for a concrete wall in front of me to slow those cars down, because I'm afraid I will get one in my front yard, to be honest. I would just say I think that if you can consider doing as much as possible to help us save our house, I would consider, I love the ideas of reclaimed water. I love the ideas of thinking bigger and really how can we recycle water? How can we keep it?
Okay.
Am I up?
Yes,
All right, I'll
ma'am.
stop.
Okay.
Thank
We
you.
try to address those
Yeah.
issues if you heard my comment. Go, Mr. Costa. Ms. Hanson.
You said you live off of Siesta Court, right?
Correct.
Which is right in the middle of this subdivision here. Have you flooded in the past, the last two times?
Not inside my house, but to my door.
To your door, prior to this development even going in, you was already flooding on your property?
Correct.
Okay. All right, that was all the questions. Thank you.
Kristen Paquette. Could I have your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Kristen Paquette, and 105 Siesta Court was my childhood home. I'm here on behalf of my mother as well, but I currently live in Deltona.
Okay, talking to the mic a little closer.
Sorry.
Okay.
I'm representing from 105 Siesta Court, DeLand, Florida, 32724.
Okay. You had a comment you'd like to make?
Yes, I had something prepared.
Go ahead.
So my name is Kristen. I want to say thank you for allowing us the time to voice our concerns, not only about our community, but also our neighborhood. DeLand is my home, my community, and my favorite place on this planet. Where I grew up, I went to school, participated in community events like parades and celebrations all throughout DeLand of my 25 years of existence so far. I did all of this and more whilst living in my home on Siesta Court. I'm well aware that things change over time and that changes are inevitable and they're going to happen regardless if we want them to or not. However, when change happens that jeopardizes everything that my community stands for, that's when it becomes an issue for me. I was a firm believer that DeLand was the best city in this county, if not this country. But now, as I've grown and witnessed all the changes that have happened within the past 6 years alone, I worry that we're losing everything that makes DeLand great. Within the past 6 years, numerous planned developments have happened in DeLand and are still currently in development. This gorgeous small town is being turned into a giant suburb, and it has come to the point to where our town's integrity is now in jeopardy. The structural integrity of the land, not just around Siesta Court, but the town overall. Not only do I worry about the issues of flooding near my childhood home because of this proposed development, but also because of the impact the development will have on the already overflooded schools. I myself am currently a teacher, and right now classrooms are reaching over 30 students per classroom per class period. Never been in a classroom before? It's a lot to handle. But teachers are already under pressure as is, and continuing to add to the population is only going to make the current crisis of the lack of teachers in classrooms worse. Also, the natural flora and fauna in this area are going to be severely impacted. There are deer, turkey, and other varieties of other wildlife in the area where the development is planned for. And I was fortunate enough to grow up around it, and it breaks my heart to see all of that disappear because of an organization's desire to build more suburbs and plan unit developments that already plague the area. If we are able to provide something beneficial to our town, it's not going to be from yet another suburb. As I've mentioned previously, I'm aware that changes happen, but why not make something that's different or even beneficial for everybody, not just the humans, but also the natural wildlife? I hope my words haven't fallen on deaf ears, because if there's one thing I don't want to change, it's the beauty and integrity of this great town. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a Paul Newell. Good afternoon, sir. Could I get your name and address for the record?
Yes, hello, my name's Paul Newell, 105 Siesta Court, DeLand, 32724. My main concern being on Siesta Court is it backs up right to the new preserved territory that Chairman Mills acknowledged was filled in. Now, because it was raised, and I don't know where the water's going to go. My backyard is right there, and now we're not going to have a lot of that land that was already soaking up most of the water and runoff will now be paved over. So I'm concerned mostly about my backyard being underwater and going into my house. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I don't know the first name here. Stearns? Is it Ms. Stearns? Good morning. Could I get your name?
Hi.
Good afternoon. Could I get
Lisa
your name and address for
Stearns.
the record?
Hi, Lisa Stearns. How are you? I live at 111 Siesta Court. Moved there in 1972 when that was just 3 houses down that road. Beautiful orange grove. I wish we had a voice in this, our neighbors. I know we don't. We know that the subdivision's coming in. We've known that for a very long time. I live exactly where that storm water pond is coming in. It's taken all of my property. I look at the pasture. So that stormwater pond is going to go the length of literally my property and to the east. So it's going to literally the south and the east, my whole property. And am I concerned about the flooding? Yes, because I was at the meetings about milting. And so we don't need a pond to have flooding, but yet what's that pond going to do in front of my house? Although I'd rather look at that than homes, it's still the fact that he's saying that we're higher. Well, yeah, we're high now, but when you build these subdivisions, Crestwind, Trinity Gardens, we're being impacted. So I don't see the deer anymore, and I don't see the bears. I don't even see turkeys anymore. I don't see any wildlife because of how little the land can't contain. And I don't understand why there isn't one subdivision built at a time to see how it's going to impact the land. We have Trinity Gardens that's not even built fully. And now we're going to have this. And then I'm thinking, well, is Little Siesta Court going to become public domain? Are they going to say, we want to put a park in there? I mean, what's going to happen to our little, My mom's sitting over there. She moved there when she was 26 years old. 26. And that property is just, it's little. If you go on my property, you'll see it's such a pretty little 2 acres. But now, with the wetlands behind us, north right there, right literally behind me, that's wetland. Those trees were removed many years ago. Then it was filled in, and then cows were on it. That's all wetland, and yet there's a proposed commercial, 1 acre commercial. This is just a proposal. We have no idea what it's really going to look like when it's all done. So I wonder what's going to be behind me, being wetland. on the side of me. And even if you look at my property,
Ma'am, that's time.
all of that is wetland. So and then my property is told that I'm wetland in some parts of my property. So then we're having across New York, probably have a Publix, maybe a car wash, nail salon, whatever's going on in there. And we're going to be impacted. It's happening. So what are you going to do for us? That's
Time.
I get my time's gone, but what are you going to do for us when my house could be potentially flooded? And flood insurance is not the answer. That's not the answer.
Okay.
We've never flooded. We never flooded with Milton. We've never had to have flood insurance. So what are you going to do for the people?
Okay.
I mean,
Thank you for your comments. I understand what you're coming from.
Yes.
And that's the safeguards that we're trying to get for you.
But I feel this way, that I'll be at a meeting crying like elderly people because of Milton saying, I have to leave my home because I'm
Okay.
not going to be able to resell it, because you have to be honest and disclose. I can't sell my property. And I'm right here. I'm the one that's going to be very impacted with this 6-acre pond in front of me.
Okay,
And you
you're-
know what? The natural flow is to go to my house.
I hate to cut you off, but your time is up.
The natural flow is to go to my house. It's not going to go towards the subdivisions. They're being built up. So that is going to go towards my house and all of these people. So
Okay.
thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have any more public participation forms?
No, sir.
Okay. Mr. Watts, would you like to have a rebuttal on any of that? And this is what
Is this your phone?
this was some of the concerns I think I brought up, and we
Correct.
hear it every day.
Yeah.
And we just don't want to compound the situation that has occurred in different areas.
Right. And again, I think at the outset, you heard me say that was one of the things that we started looking at this property based on where the water goes and how to make sure that you're looking at the design of the property to take that into account from the outset. The emails, and it was Ms. Hanson's email that ended up being forwarded to me that had a number of very specific things that I think were also picked up in a couple of the other emails, questions about elevation adjacent to the property, questions about some of those. And that's when we reached out to them to say, let's get together and meet so we can sit around a conference room table and kind of talk through that. So hopefully it'll be there'll be a better ability to understand kind of the technical aspects of it, how we're planning, and hear from them what issues they've experienced on their individual properties. One of the things, and I think Chris touched on this a few minutes ago with regard to the way that this plan is laid out. You do have, kind of the pond in the location where the water goes today, and with an elevation on the top of bank that matches the elevation on the properties that are on Siesta to the north, and that you've got that fall that goes off to the east, which is in the same direction that we're designing the outfall. Again, we're not at the formal construction plan design stage, so we have to get to that to be able to kind of finalize that. And one of the things that I think we'd be happy to continue doing is having the residents involved in that process so they can see how that design is moving forward for the property, so they can see how the, kind of the design of the pond will end up. But the other thing that I think if you look at and Chris touched on this a minute ago, we tried to locate the areas behind, he said we left some additional green space areas for those catch basins and things of that nature between the homes that are being proposed and the neighboring properties. So if you look at the concept plan here and look at the area of Siesta Court, that's the white area that's kind of in between there, and then look at the amount of the edge of the property that's around it that is that green space. And if you go back to one of the exhibits that we had in our presentation, actually had some notes on there that identified each of those locations as potential locations for additional exfiltration and infiltration. So the general idea there, can you put that back up for just a second so I can show that? Yeah. I'm just waiting for this is their staff presentation here, so. Okay, so if you look again down on the very bottom in that large green space, it's in the center of the kind of top of the property. Identifying that as an infiltration basin location. You've got that same thing over here along the backside of the properties on Siesta Court, with some of the green space there. And I think we'll have those same opportunities around the kind of that commercial piece that's up to the north along 44. And we don't know that anything will ever happen on that commercial piece. It was a requirement to do an MPUD that the commercial be in there. 5,000 square feet is what's provided for under the ULI land use classification, so that was included. We felt like it wasn't appropriate to do anything on that property that was additional residential or to expand the neighborhood up into that area, particularly given kind of the fall of the land. So I think there's the way it's laid out continues to provide a substantial amount of that green space kind of around the Siesta Court area. And then looking at those contour lines, we're trying to make sure that we're matching those elevations and that we're keeping the stormwater design lower than the elevations of the surrounding area. So I'm not talking about where the house is, but I'm talking about where the actual water design is based. If you go back here, the outfall elevation, so the point at which it's discharging into that system to the east, corresponds with that. If you look at that 65-foot contour line, yeah, that's true. Sorry. So 65 feet being that outfall elevation here. This is that 65-foot contour line as well. And so I think the general idea was to try and make sure that we're designing that system to be at the same elevation as Siesta Court, so that discharge is going where we want it to go off to the east rather than being built up. Because I know in some of the other areas where we've had some issues, you've got stormwater ponds that are above the finished floor elevation of the homes. And so my point in kind of pulling this back up was to show we're trying to make sure this system is designed so that stormwater elevation, that design elevation for that pond is below that area. So that the discharge is occurring kind of at the low point of where Siesta Court's residents are, rather than at the high point of where they are, that 70 feet. That's why that top of bank's at 70, the design elevation and the flood elevation are at 65 or 66, with the discharge at 65. So I hope that all makes sense. Those are some of the details that we thought it would be helpful to sit down and talk with the residents in the area about specifically. And so that's what we were hoping to go over in some more detail at that meeting next Thursday.
Okay. Any questions? Any comments? Okay, we're going to close the floor for public participation.
Well, I can wait till after the motion. I've got lots of comments, but I will wait till after a motion is made.
Okay. We'll close the floor for public participation and open up for commission discussion or motion. This is what I've experienced. I'm just going to put it out there. I'm very concerned with the flooding. I'm very concerned with the density issues, but this is what I also know. There's been times that this board has turned down a conceptual plan or a PUD, and it ends up going to the city. And then what happens is, because people that live in the county really don't have a voting with the city, and so what ends up happening, these densities rather increase. And if they're willing to cooperate with the adjacent property owners, so we don't get into the flooding, and obviously it's well documented in the past, the flooding issues that we've had. If they're willing to work with that, as much as I hate to say it, the lesser of the impact, I believe, would be to move forward with one that actually comes through the county rather than let it end up in the city's hands. Because I can tell you there's some issues with the city plans. And I've seen this time after time, that to come in with a low density, this is 3 units per acre, and I've seen it go as high as 6 and 8 on others. So yep. I'm just forewarning, we can sit here and say, well, we don't want development. Unfortunately, I've lived here all my life, and I've seen a big change too. And that not necessarily be better for me, but that's progress. That's the future. So That's where I'm at. Go ahead, Ms. Bush.
Thank you, Chairman. I have some concerns over this, I'll be honest. I'll try to do my best to make sure that I speak into the microphone and enunciate where I think it fails to meet some of the tests that we have to review in the site, in the staff report. I'll first start and say that so I'm looking at the review criteria and analysis. I'm trying to stick very matter of fact there. Its impact, number two, its impact upon the environment and natural resources. I understand what staff has presented here. However, there is an impact to the environment and natural resources. Water flow. Originally it was not very well explained in the staff report about the 10-acre tree preservation area, and I was a little shocked that that was your suggestion for preserving. Just let's throw a 10-acre chunk to the side and we won't touch it, and that's our conservation, which is why I asked about the open space, because that's not an appropriate open space if we want people to have access to green areas. And I think that there's probably a better way that you can give residents access to that 10 acres instead of just saying, we're protecting the trees, there they are, right? We can do a better job of integrating that, especially if the residents are complaining that they're losing the natural environment that surrounds them. So I would love to implore that you all, and I know ETM can do this, can look at how to integrate this community better with the existing residents and with the existing, environmental constraints and issues that are out there. Number three, the impact upon the economy to the affected area. I probably am a little, so single family homes, right, generally are a tax suck on your property taxes, your ad valorem, right? You spend more to support your single family homes than you do anything else, including commercial brings you more ad valorem or more taxes into your residence than your single family home base. So just naturally thinking and looking at all the evidence supporting, good urban design, lack of sprawl, those types of things, I'm really not sure that this piece really is the economic driver, right, or supporting economic opportunity in this community by just slapping down single-family homes, right? And then you have your splash of commercial in the corner to call it mixed use. We know that that's not actually mixed use. So I'm a little concerned that impact on the economy, yes, we're bringing in all these new people, they've got disposable income, that's great, but what about the services that we're now providing? I mean, these are questions that we're now being asked more specifically as taxpayers, now addressing whether or not we want to reduce our taxes, right, come November. And so here's a huge subdivision that's coming in that's going to be an added tax drain on both the county and the city, and there's not really enough evidence for me to approve something like this to show that it is going to offset what it is expected to use in services. And this is like generic, right? This is very much basic urban planning 101, that you look at how your infrastructure and those services apply over 20, 30 years. It's not just the snapshot now, but are we going to be asked to be maintaining some of these facilities, the infrastructure like that, and are these homes paying for that maintenance? We know that the property taxes don't cover that, right, generally, especially on a 30-year outlook. So for that, I don't necessarily agree with staff. Lastly, and this isn't really on staff, however, I feel like there should be a criteria, and here maybe there is, and I'm just not looking at it specifically. But as a professor that teaches land use planning to the next generation of planners, this is what I teach them not to do, right? This is a very sterile type of, your typical suburban subdivision. You're trying to smack it in and try to fit it in, and I understand that you've got a lot of constraints here, but I don't think you're really taking in the context of the community into consideration. I know you're looking at what you're allowed to do, but what should you be doing? I'm not really worried about the density at all. I think the 3 units per acre are fine. I think that it's how it's spread out. It should be reevaluated. And I think that maybe minimizing some of the number of lots would decrease the amount of storm capacity that you have to have, and that would decrease the size of the pond. Maybe your open spaces could be a little bit more active instead of passive, which is, I assume, what some of those buffers behind those residential properties will be. That's at least what we did when we planned a lot of those when I was a planner. So I'm just not sure. DeLand, as the young woman indicated, is a really cool, unique place. And it really is something that we should cherish. Mark, I know you're very familiar with that and fight for that all the time. But these types of places are not, this isn't unique. We could put this subdivision down in anywhere in America, and it doesn't necessarily call out that this is DeLand. And I think over and over again, we're hearing from residents that they're pointing out the flooding, they're pointing out these other issues, but the lack of quality and character of the places that we're building, specifically the public places that we're building, is atrocious, and we have to do a better job. And I teach this every day, and so I would be remiss if I didn't bring that education that I bring to my students and apply it here today with this. And so I appreciate the young woman's comments about creating a unique place and holding on to that unique identity. And that's something that I said I try to teach and I try to implement when I am trying to work through some of these conflicts that we're dealing with. So I would be willing to say maybe table this, because I would love for the conversation with the residents to occur. And I think I would feel a lot more comfortable than moving forward with this if that was taken care of, and maybe some of these other things that I think all of us on the dais have pointed out. I'm just not sure that I feel comfortable enough to approve it like it's at, and I don't necessarily agree that with staff's recommendations that it's at that point that it is not going to have that intent or that conflict with the community and the existing environment. So those are my comments. Thank you.
I guess my question would be, have you met with the adjacent property owners?
Next week. So we do have that meeting scheduled. I was going to say, if that's the way the board wants to go, we don't object to that at all. We do have that meeting scheduled next week. So it is going to be an opportunity for input and for make sure that everybody's on the same page with regard to what's happening out there. So, if that's where if the board would like to see us do that and then come back with any tweaks, based on that, we're happy to do that. We started getting kind of the feedback after the public notice stuff went out. I generally like to try and do neighborhood meetings before we get to this point. This is one that kind of popped up on the schedule. So, we've got that scheduled for next week. If that's what the board would like to see us do on this, I do think, in getting to the specific points that you raised, this is within the good planning context that the DeLand area has been working towards in that 2050 plan. I think anything can always be improved. But I think from a grander scale, from a community-wide scale, it's within the area where we're targeting for growth. And I think that's some of the stuff that we've focused on with regard to the densities and everything else being appropriate. And you said that as well, that density is appropriate there. So, again, if that's what the board would prefer to do, then we're certainly we're certainly in agreement with that.
I would be willing to entertain it. There's still a lot left on the table, though, that I have significant concerns about,
sure.
Related to the layout and the site plan and its context related to, we're here talking about specifically rezoning, not the site plan, but there are things related to it that I do think need to meet that criteria that I do not feel meet that criteria right now.
And I think I got most of your points.
I can email them and summarize them for you.
I'm happy if the board, we do have a meeting scheduled with the residents next week. I think it's always helpful if we get, the ability to do anything that's a tweak based on the input we get in those meetings. We'd be fine with it. So if the board, I'm happy to accept a continuance or to request a continuance if that's where the board would like to go with it.
We have to have a motion on that?
I would recommend September.
September.
At the earliest.
We closing the floor?
Yeah, we're going to close the floor. I think I already did.
Did you?
And Mark, who specifically is the meeting with? Just
So
the homeowners around there?
Yeah. So far, and I think if you haven't received an email from my office about a meeting, I can get with you right after this and make sure you've got my information. We'll make sure that you're invited. So.
Yeah. I'd definitely like to hear more of their concerns and
sure.
whatnot. So, okay.
We can set a follow-up then. Okay. We can set another meeting as well. So. Okay.
All right. So I'll make a motion on PUD 24005 that we continue this to the September 17th.
Right.
Yep.
Yep. Second.
Okay.
I got a motion on the floor from Mr. Costa to continue PUD 24-005 to the September 17th meeting. And a second from Mr. Sixma. Any
Yeah.
discussion on the motion?
Well, just a comment to the folks in the gallery. This is your opportunity to sit with the presenters and the developers and voice your concerns. And depending on what kind of answers they give you, you can come back and before us and kind of give us your point of view as well. So that kind of gives everybody a playing field that you can kind of get back, gather some more information, and come back. And I think, like most things, you're not going to get 100% approval, but if you can get a consensus, I think that's pretty much what we look for up here. Or at least I do, anyhow.
And the other thing, too, to keep in mind what I said, you know, I mean, if this gets annexed into the city, I don't know what you're going to end up with. I've seen it too many times. If you can work with these folks and they're willing to work with you, that's the avenue that I would definitely take. So, all right. So, we got a motion on the floor and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Appreciate it, and thank you for your time, and I'll be right back.
Chairman,
Yes.
if I may, I'd like to recuse myself from CPA 24-006 and PUD-26-067. On both of those items, I worked with the applicant, the developer, and the homeowner to update and amend the site plan and the developer's agreement, which is what's before you today. So therefore, I wish to abstain from voting to assure that there is a fair proceeding free from potential bias or prejudice. Thank you.
Okay, you may leave. All right. 4. All you have to have is 4 for a quorum. Nobody can get up and go to use the restroom, though. If you do, we got to stop. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Okay, Mr. Costa, could I get the next case, please?
All right, let me just
And
read
you-
both of these together.
Yeah, well, let's
All
do
right.
both of them together.
All right, so case CPA 24-006. Where am I going here? Application by Mark Watts, Cobb Cole, attorneys at law for MDJJ LLC, requesting a comprehensive plan amendment to the Natural Resource Management Area Overlay Boundary on the Osteen Mixed Use Village and Osteen Transitional Residential Designated Property. Also reading in PUD-26-067, application by Mark Watts, Cobb Cole Bell, MDJJ LLC, requesting a statutory development agreement pursuant to the Florida Local Government Agreement Act on Osteen Mixed Use Village and Osteen Transitional Residential Zoned Property.
Thank you, Mr. Costa. Mr. Shams, this one's yours.
Hi, good afternoon. So I'll first go through the CPA. So the subject site is 12.98 acres along State Road 415 in the Osteen local plan area. It currently has 2 future land use designations, Osteen Mixed Use Village and Osteen Transitional Residential. You may remember this case. It was previously heard by the board on January 16, 2025 as a future land use change. However, the applicant requested an indefinite continuance at the March 4th, 2025 County Council hearing to revise the project with feedback from the Osteen Planning and Preservation Society, or OPPS. Now the application has been revised to remove the future land use change and will only amend the Natural Resource Management Area Overlay Boundary, or NORMA. NORMA is an overlay from the future land use element and is intended to provide additional protection for environmentally sensitive areas. It sits on top of normal land use and requires adherence to specific standards. It is not a land use designation, and it is not part of the Osteen local plan. Currently, the NORMA boundary on site does not accurately correspond to areas where it should. As you can see on the diagram, the current NORMA boundary is outlined in blue, and the proposed boundary is outlined in green. So the applicant has submitted a wetland delineation and is proposing to revise the NORMA boundary to account for the wetlands along Lake Eulalia and its 50-foot upland buffer. The total affected area by this change is approximately 2.42 acres, the existing NORMA area being 1.24, and the proposed being 1.23. There is a small overlap circled in red that is approximately 2,400 square feet. Our environmental permitting team has reviewed this request and does not object to the change. And overall, staff recommends forwarding to County Council with final action of approval. And now I can go through the PUD. So the applicant is, after meeting with OPPS, is proposing a statutory development agreement to develop the site with 76 townhomes. This was previously an accompanying application with the land use change to rezone the site from Osteen Mixed-Use Village and Osteen Transitional Residential to a full Osteen Mixed-Use Village. Their intent was to develop 80 townhomes with consistent development standards across the site, as townhomes are allowed by right in MUV, but not in TR. The community had reservations with proposed future land use change and rezoning due to encroachment of higher intensity uses away from the intended State Road 415 corridor. The applicant has worked with the community to propose a project that will not amend the land use and zoning map and proposed an application that is rarely used in Volusia County, which is the Statutory Development Agreement. These agreements are governed by the Florida Local Government Development Agreement Act, Florida Statute 163.3220 to 3243. This will memorialize the entitlements for a maximum of 30 years and will not change land use and zoning lines. Though this case has a PUD number, it is not actually rezoning the property. It was just reviewed through the county's PUD process due to similarities in project scope. Statutory development agreements are required to be consistent with state law, such as a minimum of 2 public hearings, so this will also go to County Council for final approval, an agreement with uses, density, standards, description of lands, and duration, and consistency with the county's comprehensive plan and land development code. As a result, the project is limited by the maximum density allowed by the current future land use designations, MUV and TR, which is approximately 56 units in the MUV area and 23 in the TR area, for a max total of 79. Based on the proposed plan, they are proposing 53 units in MUV and 23 in TR for a total of 76, so that requirement is met. The site is currently developed with a mobile home that was originally placed in 1973. And from 1987 to 2012, the site operated as the Native Southeastern Tree Farm. It was sold to the current owners in November 2021. As I said previously, it is located on the east side of State Road 415 in the Osteen local plan area, which is south of the city of Deltona. Adjacent uses include single family, and there is also a nearby commercial intersection with a Walmart Supercenter. The site will be serviced by Deltona Utilities, and the applicant will be responsible for all utility connections. The proposed townhome units will be on 4-unit and 6-unit structures. Each unit will be on a 2,000 square foot lot and will have dimensional standards relatively consistent with the county's R7 townhome zoning standards. The proposed development will generate 572 daily trips and 44 p.m. peak hour trips. The county's traffic engineering reviewed the analysis and did not express concern. Overall, staff finds the proposed project consistent with the comprehensive plan and the Osteen local plan and recommends forwarding to the County Council with final action of approval, and I'm available for comment or question.
All right, any questions for staff? Hearing none, Mr. Watts.
I'm back. For the record, Mark Watts with the law firm of Cobb Cole, 231 North Woodland Boulevard, DeLand. And I appreciate the opportunity to be here on behalf of the property owner, MDJJ. Jeremy Griffith, one of the members of that company, was here earlier, had to leave to get to another appointment. So I want to walk you through a couple things. This is, first of all, we sort of had to create a process to bring this before you because that's how infrequently you see a statutory development agreement. Everything goes the route of doing PUDs and everything else these days. One of the things that we heard kind of back in the process last year in April and May, with the county council and the Osteen joint planning area and everything else, was we heard, please don't change the colors on the map. That was one of the key things, because every time we've ever gone to the county or to the city and started talking about changing colors on the map, everybody gets very concerned about what that's going to mean and how that's going to set a precedent and everything else. And so I'm grateful that we were able to, I'll talk a little bit about some of the meetings that we had, but we got together with some of the executive leadership team from the ops group, the Osteen Preservation and Planning Society group, talked about the standards that you see in this development agreement, and basically came back and came up with a way to do this without changing the colors on the map, which was kind of one of the key requests. So I'm going to go through a lot of this quickly because you've already seen it and it's late, and I don't want to take up too much more of your time. But the general location, if you know along 472 where the Walmart is, this is just right across the street from Walmart. I'm sorry, on 415 where Howland comes in. You saw this last year with that land use and rezoning request and approved it. But again, right across from the kind of the stormwater pond that's behind the super Walmart that's at Howland and 415. And we've got two applications. I'm going to skip through this because you've already heard it. Your NARMA overlay. So the only remaining aspect of the land use amendment that we're asking you to do is one that we are just really kind of truing up what's on the ground with the maps. So when we originally looked at where the NARMA overlay was located on this property, and we actually had our environmental folks meet with the county environmental staff out there, everybody agreed this is in the wrong location. And so the key was really making sure it kind of went around and protected Lake Eulalia and the wetland systems associated with that. And if you see the kind of that blue outline, which is what is currently NARMA overlay, it really doesn't even make sense that you've got that much of an angular shape kind of following those, the NARMA area. So everybody agreed this was something that we could take care of. Typically, when we have a situation like this, your comprehensive plan allows us to do an administrative shift of those boundaries by up to 660 feet. But Palo over here said we can't do that with NARMA. So because Palo made that decision, we had to bring this through as a separate part of the application to bring it through as a specific application to shift that. But I think this is kind of otherwise self-explanatory. We're putting the protection over where the things that we want to protect are effectively. So, and you've got a recommendation of approval from staff with regard to that request. So this is, my associate Kelsey did a really good job putting together a presentation that I'm going to skip through a lot because it's late. But we've been at this for a while. You know, we in January of 2025, I think was when we were originally here with the actual application to change the zoning classifications. My recollection is we had a recommendation of unanimous approval, if I remember correctly, coming out of this board for that application at that time. But then we ran into the concern about changing the colors on the map. So we came up with the alternate way to approach it. Here's a couple of the key things, and I'll just make the summary pretty simple. We're not asking to increase any of the density or intensity or anything else relating to the property. We're really just dealing with the fact that there's a line that goes through the middle of it, on both sides of which says you can do townhomes, you can do multifamily. But because I think that change occurred in May of last year, if I remember correctly, when was the change to the ordinance? I think it was towards the latter half of last year. The county council adopted the ordinance that changed some of which special exceptions go to the county council, which, that revision that they made to the overall list of uses and kind of land development regulations. They also kind of addressed the issue that we brought up last year when we were here on this property, which was the land use on this property, all of it, permitted that multifamily use, permitted that townhome use, but you didn't have that in the zoning on the eastern portion of it. So we had to come up with that rezoning before so that we could have townhomes on the eastern portion, even though the density would otherwise support it. A lot of kind of complicated and technical issues here. When the county then approved the use on the eastern portion, they approved it, but they didn't put any development criteria in place for that use in the new zoning regulation. So now we had the ability to do townhomes, but we didn't have any criteria for how big the lots needed to be or any of those things. And so this statutory development agreement fills that gap in. And it basically says the development criteria that you had on the western side of the property under the existing zoning is now also on the eastern side of the property, and we're just making it as a unified approach to the overall property. Does that make sense? Okay.
Yep.
So again, originally last year we were coming through, it was going to let us go up to 80 units, I think was what we were proposing. We're actually about 76 is what's being proposed under the development agreement. This has all kind of gone through the review with staff, and again, I want to thank staff, because this was one of those where, we came up with this approach. Oh, forgot to tell you one of the most important parts. So when we met, as the result of a series of meetings that we had with that executive leadership group with the ops organization, the end result of that was a list. And we sat down kind of at that final meeting and said, hey, there's a way to do this without changing the colors on the map. We can do it with a statutory development agreement. And in that statutory development agreement, we can address these things. The expansion of the townhome use into the existing TR zoned area would be permitted by this agreement rather than through a rezoning, which this is not a rezoning, it's just permitting it through that agreement. The maximum lot count would be limited to 80 units, 80 townhome units, with no multifamily. Apartments are also allowed under the existing zoning. The statutory development agreement is committing it to townhome use instead. So, although technically staff looks at that as a multifamily use, it's qualified as a single-family residential use from an ownership standpoint. A minimum of 100-foot building separation from Lake Eulalia would be maintained by the plan, and we've done that, and that's also a term in the agreement. LID principles will be employed as possible for the design of the stormwater system within the development. Again, we've included those same terms in the statutory development agreement. Florida native plants and plants that are attractive to pollinators will be used for plantings and landscape buffers in areas around the stormwater ponds. We've included that standard in the development agreement as well. The design of common areas and entry feature improvements and architectural details for the proposed townhomes will be coordinated with the executive leadership of the Osteen Planning and Preservation Society. That provision is in the development agreement as well. And then this was one that we actually were able to do something about kind of late breaking. Except as required by the County Land Development Code, vehicular access to the existing 1st Street East and 2nd Street East right-of-way would not be permitted. The cross-access connections shown on the attached concept plan are provided as required by code to permit future development. That cross-access was a concern. At the end of the day, because of how the density and everything else falls, because we can't kind of increase the density on that eastern portion through this application, so we had to kind of fit the density into the property as, kind of the overall,
Hold off for a minute. Gotta have 4 on the.
We'll hold it here.
Yeah.
Mr. Shams, you have any jokes? Yeah.
He
Yeah, didn't have a pass. Stony? I know, right? The acoustics are horrible in here, but I kind of love being in this room. It's hot. Wish I had a. Yeah, when my dad passed away, we did his visitation was here in the building, and this room was open and everything, and it was kind of a cool setting to be able to do it in. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this was Bunky's courtroom. Yeah. That's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. In any event, my point in reading you that list was we tried to make sure that every one of the things that we had sat down and gone through that group with, the ops group with over those course of the meetings, is included as a term in the statutory development agreement. So we've provided copies out to everybody. I think I think they actually have a meeting tomorrow to go through and review any other questions that they've got. But I've been in communication with their leadership, and they're aware of the meeting here today as well. So. This was an interesting one to come up with a tool that's a little used to try and sort of get to the same place that the existing zoning gets you there without changing the colors on the map. So with that, I'll stop talking. Less than 2 hours. Not cumulatively between cases.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant? Go ahead.
Is there a builder already picked out for this, or is this you're just getting it set up to?
They have, I think they have a builder that they partner with. Our clients also do site development work. So MDJJ, they I think are not the Briar team, Walrose is their site development company. So I think they have a builder. I'm not exactly sure if that's public.
All right, thanks.
Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, do we have any public participation forms for this case? Yes, we do.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
How could I forget? Ms. Bush. Emily Bush.
Yes.
Name and address for the record.
Sure. My name is Emily Bush. I reside at 2195 Enterprise Osteen Road. That's in Deltona, Florida, 32738. Thank you, commissioners, for allowing me to speak today. Not necessarily leadership on ops, but helped support the Osteen Preservation and Planning Society when this issue first came up, when the colors on the map were getting changed. Some residents in Osteen reached out to me, and I worked with them to understand what was happening before them. I had some questions at the time and reached out to Stephen because at the time, the future land use was calculated based on what the use was on the individual parcel, and that was something that I was very much unfamiliar with, so I needed some education on that, and this was really my first introduction to Volusia County planning. Little did I know that I would be serving on the board a few months later. But I wanted to just mention that we worked really closely with Mark and the property owner and the engineer of record, and they truly listened to the residents' concerns, not just in the initial meeting that we had with Mark and the group, but as those meetings continued. So I have not had a chance, we are meeting tomorrow, I have not had a chance to go through the details other than what was presented in our packet. So I'm still kind of jury out whether or not I'm going to be for this project or against it, but I just wanted to say that I appreciate the applicant and their staff working with the community to address these concerns and bring it back to you all in a manner that is the least conflicting of the Osteen plan. I think what we learned through this exercise is that the Osteen plan doesn't necessarily reflect what the Osteen residents want today, and I think that there are some challenges that we are going to need to continue to deal with, hopefully once Senate Bill 180 sunsets, but that's really kind of the hindrance right now from Osteen, from ops to essentially move forward with some of their visioning that they've done with the community. So anyway, I just wanted to say that for the record, and that's part of the reason why I'm abstaining. Thank you.
Yes, it is. Ms. Craig?
I have a question about the OPPS. How many members are there, and what's the in relation to the population of the Osteen area?
Sure. The Osteen Preservation Planning Society is somewhat newer. They've just established their 501c3. So the residents that are serving in that capacity have not been elected per the 501c3. That still has to, like the board members on the 501c3. So that they're still establishing. But the people that are commenting and are being involved in this are the established people that are starting up the 501c3 in the community. So as far as what the population of Osteen and how they represent, I'm not really sure of those specifics. I'm not an Osteen resident. I was just asked as a subject matter expert to support them in this matter. Mm-hmm.
Any other public participation forms for this case?
No, sir.
Mr. Watts, you said everything you wanted to say? Give you.
Just here for any other questions.
Okay. All right. We're going to close the floor for public participation and open up for commission discussion. We'll take the CPA first and then the PUD. I'm open for a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Go ahead.
CPA 24006. Make a motion to find the comprehensive plan amendment consistent with the comprehensive plan and forward the application case number CPA-240-006 to the County Council with a recommendation of approval to transmit to the Florida Department of Commerce for expedited state review and to the Volusia Growth Management Commission for certification.
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion on the floor as stated from Mr. Costa and a second from Mr. Sixma. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right.
I'll make a motion on PUD 26-067 that we forward the planning application, case number PUD-25-005 to the County Council for a final
No.
action with a recommendation of approval.
It's not 005, PUD 26067.
All right, on the write-up they have it mislabeled, so it is. Let me correct that to it. It is PUD 26-067.
Gotcha. Second.
Okay,
On the
I've got a motion on the floor from Mr. Costa as stated and a second from Mr. Sixma. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you all. Appreciate the time.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, for the record, there's something I have to do because it's a development agreement. The second hearing will be on September 3rd. That's a Thursday at County Council.
Okay. Okay, I think that takes care of all new business. Do we have any other public items?
No, sir.
Okay. Staff items.
Yes, we do have one staff item. Unfortunately, today is the last hearing that we'll have Mr. Jaskula. He's moving on to Sarasota County, and we all wish him well.
Who is that? Oh. Yeah. Staff, I thought staff comments.
No, sir.
Commission comments.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Parking.
So,
as always, it always starts with so.
We did submit the request to facilities. We have record of that if you'd like it. But they did not put out the cones. We're very sorry.
Apparently not. And just for the record as well, I think I sent the email yesterday, so the mailed package as of yesterday's delivery had not arrived. I'll check
Correct.
again today and see when it was actually postmarked, but that's twice this cycle.
Yeah, we did postmark it on our publication day, which was last Wednesday. So, again, we're very sorry you didn't get your package. If
Yeah,
you'd like
I'm
an
just curious to see where it traveled to before it shows up, or, it's a pretty thick package, so it could be all I'm going to get is an envelope when it actually arrives.
I had to drive here Tuesday to get mine. It's like,
Yeah.
it ain't showed up. I gotta have it now. So,
That's all I got.
the mail system. I'll be glad to
Are
get
we
our
going to be
comfy
back across
seats and
the
our
street
audio
next year?
back.
I mean, next week?
Say what?
Next month. There we go. I'm listening to him.
Yeah. We should be back in council chambers.
Oh, yeah.
Should be.
So we received word that they're opening back on August 15th, which our meeting is August 20th, so we're just in time.
All right. Was this a low bid contract?
What was
Is it
that?
a low bid contract?
I have no idea.
Timeliness can't be, top of their list, but, all right.
Okay. Any other commission comments? Press and citizen comments? This meeting's adjourned.